Tonight, we will let go gently. We will speak about letting go in the simplest way possible, not as an idea to understand, and not as something to achieve. Just the quiet easing of holding, the way hands soften when they no longer need to grip. Before we begin, feel free to share what time it is and where you're listening from. There is nothing to remember tonight. There is no need to stay awake. You can listen, or drift, or move in and out of hearing. It's okay if some words are missed. It's okay if sleep arrives early, or late, or not at all. We are simply here together for a while. Long ago, in a valley where the path narrowed between low hills, there lived a potter named Matsuo. Matsuo was not young, and he was not old. He lived alone in a small house with a wide door that opened onto a yard of packed earth. Each morning, light found its way in before he did. Matsuo worked with clay the way others worked with conversation. Slowly, patiently, without much explanation. People from nearby villages came to him when they needed bowls that would not crack in winter, or cups that felt steady in the hand. Matsuo listened more than he spoke. When he did speak, his words were ordinary. Nothing lingered. One afternoon, a traveler stopped by his yard. The traveler had dust on his clothes and a careful way of standing, as if he did not want to disturb anything. "I've been walking for many days," the traveler said. "I carry too much." Matsuo nodded, as if this were something he had heard before. The traveler pointed to his pack. "I thought each thing would be useful, but the longer I walk, the heavier it becomes." Matsuo did not answer right away. He placed a finished bowl on a shelf and wiped his hands. Then he said, "You can rest here." The traveler stayed through the evening. They ate quietly. Later, the traveler fell asleep where he sat. In the morning, Matsuo was already awake, shaping a new bowl. The traveler watched for a while, then said, "How do you know when to stop?" Matsuo looked at the bowl turning slowly under his hands. "Stop what?" Adding, the traveler said, "Doing." Matsuo smiled faintly. "The bowl tells me." The traveler stayed another day, and another. Each morning, Matsuo worked. Each evening, they ate. They did not talk much. On the fourth morning, the traveler packed his bag again. He placed several items on the ground and left them there. "I don't need these," he said. Matsuo nodded. "Then they will rest." The traveler bowed and walked on, lighter than before. Matsuo did not watch him go for long. He returned to his clay. When we hear a story like this, we may think it is about things, about possessions, about leaving objects behind on a packed earth yard. But letting go is rarely only about what we carry in our hands. We carry sentences that never reached anyone. We carry moments we replay, as if repetition could change their ending. We carry plans that once felt necessary and now feel heavy, but familiar. We often hold these things, not because they help us, but because we have been holding them for so long that release feels unfamiliar. Letting go does not mean pushing away. It does not mean deciding something is unimportant. It is quieter than that. Sometimes, letting go happens the way night arrives. Not suddenly, not by effort, just by no longer insisting on daylight. We may notice that much of our tiredness does not come from what we do, but from what we continue to hold long after it is needed. A thought repeats. A feeling lingers. A question waits for an answer that may never come. And still, we keep holding. The teaching of letting go is not a demand. It is an invitation that repeats itself patiently. What would happen if this did not need to be carried right now? What would happen if nothing had to be solved before resting? These questions do not need answers. They simply loosen the grip. In another place, far from Matsuo's valley, there was a woman named Elira who kept a small roadside inn. Travelers came and went, often staying only one night. Elira remembered them all, though few remembered her. She kept a careful record of every guest, names, dates, small notes about their preferences. She believed this was her duty. It made her feel prepared. Over time, the book grew thick. So did Elira's shoulders. One winter evening, after the last guest had gone to sleep, Elira sat by the low fire and opened the book. She noticed how many names she no longer recognized. She tried to recall faces, voices, stories. Most would not come. For the first time, she closed the book without finishing the page she was on. The next day, she did not write anything at all. Nothing bad happened. Guests still arrived. Meals were still served. Rooms were still cleaned. The inn did not forget how to be an inn. Elira felt something ease, though she did not name it. Letting go often reveals that life continues without our constant supervision. The world does not collapse when we loosen our watchfulness. This can feel surprising. We may have learned that holding tightly is the same as caring, that remembering everything is the same as being responsible, that staying alert is the same as being alive. But there is another kind of care, one that does not require tension, one that trusts the next moment to arrive on its own. As the night moves on, words may begin to feel softer. Meanings may blur at the edges. This is not something to correct. Understanding does not need to be sharp to be true. Sometimes, the deepest letting go happens when we stop trying to make sense of what is already settling. There is a rhythm to release that cannot be hurried. If sleep comes, it comes. If it waits, it waits. We are not behind. Matsuo's bowls were known for their steadiness. People said they felt calm just holding them. Matsuo never explained why. Perhaps it was because he did not add more than was needed. Perhaps it was because his hands knew when to stop. We, too, can stop without announcing it. We can set something down without ceremony. We can rest without finishing every thought. The night is long enough to hold us, even when we are no longer holding ourselves. And so, we continue together, unhurried, with nothing to complete, letting the story carry us where it will. As the hours deepen, the sense of time may begin to thin. Moments stretch, then slip past unnoticed. This is not something to follow or resist. It is simply the night doing what it has always done. There was once a monk named Harun who lived near a river that changed its course every few years. The monastery had been built long before his arrival, and long before the river decided it preferred a different path. Harun was known among the monks for his careful habits. He folded his robes the same way each evening. He placed his sandals at the same angle outside his door. He kept his tools neatly arranged, even when no one would see them. When the river shifted one spring, it came closer to the outer wall of the monastery. Some monks were troubled. They spoke of erosion, of loss, of what might need to be rebuilt. Harun listened quietly. One afternoon, while repairing a low fence, a younger monk asked him, "Aren't you worried?" Harun paused, resting his hands on the fence post. "About what?" "The river," the younger monk said. "It's changing everything." Harun looked toward the water, moving steadily, without hesitation. It's only changing what it was never holding. That night, Harun dreamed of carrying water in his cupped hands. No matter how carefully he walked, the water slipped through his fingers. In the dream, he did not feel frustrated. He simply noticed how cool it was. When he woke, the feeling stayed with him. In the weeks that followed, the monks adjusted their routines. Some paths were no longer usable. Others formed naturally where feet began to walk. Harun stopped placing his sandals at the same angle, not because he decided to stop, but because it no longer mattered. Letting go does not always announce itself as a choice. Often, it arrives as a quiet irrelevance. What once felt important loses its weight. What once demanded attention softens into the background. We may notice this happening with small things first. A habit we forget to keep. A worry that no longer returns with the same force. This is not carelessness. It is discernment without effort. Much of our holding comes from fear that something essential will be lost if we release it. But often, what is essential does not depend on our grip. The river did not ask permission to change. Harun did not argue with it. There is a gentleness in recognizing when resistance is no longer useful. As we listen now, the words may begin to drift like leaves on that river. Some are noticed, some are not. Nothing is required of them. In a market town further east, there lived a woman named Soraya who sold cloth dyed in muted colors. Her stall was small, her fabrics simple. She did not compete with louder sellers. Soraya had learned her craft from her mother, who learned it from hers. Each pattern had a story, though Soraya rarely told them. One day, a merchant offered her a large sum to reproduce her designs in a factory far away. "You won't have to work anymore," he said. "Others will do it for you." Soraya listened politely. She asked for time to consider. That evening, she unfolded one of her cloths and ran her fingers along the uneven threads. She noticed places where her hand had paused, where the dye had pooled unexpectedly. She realized she would not miss the work. She would miss the stopping. The next morning, she declined the offer. The merchant frowned. "You're letting go of a great opportunity." Soraya smiled. "I'm letting go of something I don't need." Letting go is not always about giving things up. Sometimes it is about not taking on what was never ours. We are often offered many things: roles, expectations, stories about who we should be. Some come wrapped as opportunities. Some arrive as obligations. Not everything needs to be accepted. As the night deepens, it may become easier to sense this. What feels heavy without reason? What feels light even when it remains? There is no need to sort this out now. Understanding can wait. Soraya continued to sell her cloth. Some days were busy, some were not. She stopped counting. In another season, a traveler named Nalin arrived at the monastery near Harun's river. Nalin had spent years studying texts, collecting teachings, memorizing passages. His pack was heavy with scrolls, he asked to stay for a while. During his stay, Nalan often spoke eagerly, sharing what he had learned. The monks listened kindly. Harun listened especially quietly. One evening, as they walked along the riverbank, Nalan said, "I'm afraid of forgetting." Harun stopped and looked at him. "What is it you're afraid of losing?" "What I've learned," Nalan said. "If I let go, it might all disappear." Harun picked up a smooth stone from the ground and placed it back down. "When you put this down, does the ground forget it?" Nalan did not answer. That night, Nalan dreamed of reading a book whose words slowly faded. He felt panic at first. Then he noticed that the meaning remained, even without the words. When he woke, he left one scroll behind at the monastery. The next day, another. By the time he departed, his pack was much lighter. He bowed to Harun. "I don't feel empty," he said, surprised. Harun nodded. "You made room." Letting go makes space, but not emptiness. It creates room for what is already present to be felt more fully. Often, what we fear losing has already done its work. It does not need to be carried forever. As we move further into the night, the mind may soften its edges. Thoughts may slow or scatter, or simply rest. This is not a problem to solve. It is a sign of release. We do not need to follow every thread. We do not need to hold every insight. Understanding, like sleep, cannot be forced. It comes when effort loosens. Harun continued his quiet routines. The river continued its slow reshaping. Soraya continued to dye her cloth. Nalan continued his travels, lighter than before. None of them needed to announce their letting go. It was evident in how little effort remained. We, too, can allow this ease, not by deciding anything tonight, not by changing anything at all, just by noticing that nothing needs to be held quite so tightly now. The night is patient. It does not demand our attention. It receives whatever we are ready to set down. And so, we remain here together, listening, or drifting, or resting in between, as the quiet teaching continues to unfold without hurry. The night continues without marking its progress. There is no signal to follow, no edge to reach, only a gradual deepening, like water growing still. In a coastal village where the sea pressed close to the homes, there lived an old fisherman named Iren. He had spent his life learning the moods of the water. He knew when storms would pass, close but not touch, and when calm days hid sudden shifts beneath the surface. Iron had once owned many nets. He repaired them carefully, storing each one according to its size and purpose. Over time, some tore beyond repair. Others were lost to the sea. Now, only one net remained. Each morning, Iran carried it down to the shore. Some days it came back full. Some days it came back empty. He did not speak of either. One afternoon, a boy from the village followed him. The boy had many questions and asked them all at once. "Why don't you get more nets?" The boy asked. "You could catch more." Iron rinsed the net slowly in the shallow water. "I could," he said. "Why don't you?" the boy asked again. Iron looked out at the horizon. "Because I stopped needing to." The boy frowned. "But what if this one breaks?" Iron smiled. "Then I will stop fishing." The boy did not understand. He walked away, shaking his head. Iron stood for a long time, letting the net drip dry. He was not waiting for anything. Letting go sometimes appears to others as giving up, as settling, as doing less than we could. But from within, it often feels like relief. When we no longer measure ourselves by accumulation, life becomes quieter, not smaller, just less crowded. Iran did not count the fish he caught. He did not plan how many years he would fish. Each morning was enough. We may notice that much of our restlessness comes from carrying futures that have not arrived and pasts that cannot be changed. Letting go does not erase these. It simply stops dragging them into every moment. As the listening continues, it may become harder to tell which words are being held and which are passing through. This is not a loss. It is a return to something simpler. In a hillside village where the wind was constant, there lived a weaver named Callian. Callian worked alone in a narrow room where light filtered through a single window. Her loom was old, and the wood bore marks from decades of use. Callian had once been known for her speed. People marveled at how quickly she could finish a piece. Orders came steadily. Praise followed. Then, slowly, her hands began to slow. Threads slipped. Patterns took longer. At first, Callian tried to keep pace. She worked longer hours. She tightened her focus. The room grew tense. One evening, her loom jammed. She sat down on the floor beside it, exhausted. For the first time in many years, she did not fix it right away. She sat there until the light faded. The next morning, Callian returned to the loom without urgency. She adjusted it gently. When she began again, she did not hurry. Her work changed. The patterns were looser. The cloth felt softer. Some customers left, others stayed. Kalian stopped watching who came and who went. Letting go often happens when holding becomes too tiring to continue, not as failure, but as wisdom. We are taught to resist slowing down, to maintain pace, to keep up with what we once were. But life does not always ask for speed. Sometimes it asks for easing. As the night grows deeper, the body may respond in its own way. Heaviness, lightness, stillness, movement. None of this needs to be guided or corrected. The teaching does not depend on attention. It remains even when attention wanders. In a mountain town where paths curved unpredictably, there lived a man named Osrin who made walking sticks. Travelers bought them before setting out on steep routes. Osrin carved each stick by hand, choosing wood that felt balanced. One day, a traveler returned with a broken stick. "It failed me," the traveler said. Osrin examined the break. "No," he said calmly. "It finished." The traveler looked confused. Osrin handed him a new stick. "This one will finish too." The traveler hesitated. "Then what's the point?" Osrin smiled. "To walk while you're walking." We often hold things as if they are meant to last forever. Ideas, roles, relationships, even versions of ourselves. Letting go does not deny their value. It recognizes their season. When something finishes, it does not mean it was wrong. It means it was complete. As listening continues, this may be felt rather than understood. A sense that nothing needs to be extended beyond its natural length. Osrin continued carving sticks. He did not grow attached to the finished ones. He watched travelers leave and did not wonder where they went. In a quiet farming village, there lived a woman named Tessa who kept bees. Her hives were set far apart, scattered among flowering fields. Tessa walked slowly when she tended them, careful not to disturb more than necessary. One year, a disease spread among the bees. Several hives weakened. Tessa tried to save them. She consulted others. She worked late into the evenings. Some survived, some did not. At the end of the season, Tessa burned the empty hives. She watched the smoke rise and did not look away. The next spring, she built new ones. Letting go does not always look gentle. Sometimes it looks like standing still while something ends. But even then, there is no need to cling to what cannot be held. We may notice in our own lives How much energy is spent trying to preserve what is already changing? How exhausting that effort can be. The teaching of letting go does not ask us to approve of loss. It asks us not to be trapped by it. As the night stretches on, we may begin to feel less defined. Thoughts loosen, edges soften. This is not disappearance. It is rest from constant definition. We do not need to be anything right now. In a small town, by a crossing of roads, there lived a teacher named Renat who taught children to read. He loved words. He loved their precision. He corrected mistakes gently but firmly. As years passed, Renat noticed that some children learned quickly. Others struggled. He adjusted his lessons. He tried new methods. One child, a quiet girl named Mirelle, did not progress. Renat worried. He stayed after class. He repeated lessons. One afternoon, Mirelle closed her book and said softly, "I hear stories even without the words." Renat was silent. That evening, he walked home more slowly than usual. He realized he'd been holding too tightly to the idea that learning must look one way. The next day, he listened more. Letting go sometimes means releasing certainty, allowing space for something unfamiliar to be true. This can feel unsettling at first. Certainty gives shape, but loosened certainty allows breath. As listening continues, we may notice that the need to understand every detail has eased. Meaning does not vanish. It spreads out. The night does not ask us to conclude anything. Iron by the sea, Kalian at her loom, Osrin with his wood, Tessa among her hives, Renat in his classroom. Each let go in a different way. None of them rushed. We do not need to compare our letting go to theirs. There is no correct form. There is only the quiet recognition that holding can soften, even now, even without effort. The words continue to arrive, but they do not need to be kept. They can pass like water, like wind, like the slow movement of night itself. And so we remain together and unhurried as the teaching continues to unfold in its own time, asking nothing, offering rest, simply by being here. The night does not rush us. It widens quietly, making room for pauses between thoughts. Nothing needs to be gathered. Nothing needs to be concluded. In a desert town where the air cooled quickly after sunset, there lived a glassmaker named Yusuf. His workshop stood at the edge of the market, where the noise thinned into silence. By day, the heat of his furnace was intense, By night, it went completely dark. Yusuf had learned glassmaking from a master who believed that control was everything. Exact temperatures, exact timing, exact movements. For years, Yusuf followed these rules without question. His glass was flawless, clear, even, predictable. One evening, after the market closed, Yusuf stayed late. The furnace hummed. The molten glass glowed softly. His hands moved as they always had. Then, without warning, a tool slipped. The glass twisted unexpectedly, forming a slight wave along its edge. Yusuf froze. His first instinct was to discard it. Start again. Instead, he paused. He turned the piece slowly, watching how the light moved through the uneven curve. Something about it felt alive, in a way his other work did not. He set it aside. The next day, a woman passing by the stall stopped. She picked up the flawed piece and held it to the light. "This one," she said. "This feels right." Yusuf did not correct her. He did not explain. After that, he stopped discarding every imperfection. He stopped correcting every deviation. His work changed, not because he aimed for change, but because he allowed less interference. Letting go can feel like allowing life to leave its own marks. Not everything needs refinement. Not everything needs correction. Sometimes what we release is the urge to fix. As listening continues, the mind may begin to loosen its grip on precision. Thoughts need not line up neatly. Meaning can bend slightly, catching the light at unexpected angles. In a forested region where paths were marked by worn stones rather than signs, there lived a woodcutter named Bronik. He was known for his strength. He carried heavy loads without complaint. Others relied on him. Bronik took pride in being dependable. Over time, his body grew tired, though he rarely admitted it. When pain came, he worked through it. When rest was suggested, he declined. One winter, a storm brought down many trees at once. The village needed wood urgently. Bronik worked longer hours than ever before. One morning, he did not rise from his bed. The village gathered, worried. Bronik insisted he would recover quickly. He told himself the same. Days passed. He remained still. At first, he felt useless. The familiar weight of responsibility pressed on him even as he lay there. Then, slowly, something shifted. He noticed sounds he had never had time to hear. The wind through branches, footsteps passing by, voices that did not need him to respond. When he finally returned to work, he did not take on as much. Others had learned to carry what they could. The village had not fallen apart. Bronick did not become weaker. He became less burdened. Letting go is often mistaken for abandonment, but sometimes it is simply stepping aside and discovering that life continues, supported by more than one pair of hands. As the night deepens, effort may feel less necessary. Even listening may soften into something more like drifting. This is not disengagement. It is trust. In a riverside town where boats were repaired more often than they were built, there lived a carpenter named Leora. She specialized in fixing what had broken: cracked planks, warped boards, loose joints. Leora was patient. She worked slowly, ensuring each repair would hold. One day, an old man brought her a boat that was beyond repair. The wood was soft with rot, the structure unstable. "Can you fix it?" he asked. Leora examined it carefully. She touched the weakened boards. She smelled the dampness. "No," she said gently. The man looked disappointed. "It carried me for years." Leora nodded. "It carried you until it couldn't." Together, they took the boat apart. Leora saved what wood could still be used. The rest was set aside. Weeks later, Leora helped the man build a smaller boat from what remained. It was simpler, lighter. It did not resemble the old one. The man smiled when he saw it float. Letting go does not erase history. It allows what remains to be used differently. We often cling to forms that once served us well, when they no longer do. Releasing them can feel like betrayal. But honoring something does not require preserving it unchanged. As listening continues, memories may surface without context. Fragments, sensations. They do not need interpretation. They can arrive and leave on their own. In a hillside orchard, there lived a caretaker named Silon, who tended fruit trees planted long before his time. Some trees produced heavily, others bore little. Each year, Silon pruned carefully. He removed branches that no longer grew well. It pained him at first. Cutting felt like loss. An older caretaker once told him, "The tree knows how to let go. We just help." Over time, Silon noticed that the trees he pruned grew stronger. The fruit became sweeter. The orchard breathed more easily. Letting go can look like cutting away, but its purpose is not harm. It is space. In our own lives, we may sense branches that no longer bear weight, thoughts we revisit without nourishment, habits that drain more than they give. There is no need to identify them now, no need to act. Just noticing that release is part of growth can be enough for tonight. As the hours move quietly forward, the body may sink deeper into rest. The boundary between listening and sleeping may blur. Nothing is lost in this blur. The teaching does not require alertness. It continues beneath awareness. In a quiet port city, there lived a sailor named Emin who had spent decades at sea. He knew routes by memory. He trusted the stars more than maps. When his hands began to shake, he knew it was time to stop sailing. He sold his boat and took work repairing nets on shore. At first, he missed the horizon. He missed the rhythm of waves. One evening, as he mended a net, he realized that the sound of the sea was still there. The wind still carried salt. The sky still changed colors. Only his role had shifted. Letting go does not remove us from life. It changes how we participate. We are not defined by what we do endlessly. We are shaped by how we move when something finishes. As the night holds us, definitions loosen, roles soften. The need to be someone in particular fades. We are allowed to rest without identity. The stories continue, but they do not demand attention. They are like lanterns along a path. We are not required to walk to the end. Yusef with his glass. Bronick learning to share weight. Leora rebuilding from what remained. Silen pruning with care. Emon listening to the sea from shore. Each story points gently back to the same quiet truth. Holding can relax. Not all at once. Not dramatically. Simply enough. If sleep has already arrived, these words will pass unnoticed. If wakefulness remains, it does not need to be filled. The night is generous. It asks nothing in return. And so, we continue, together and unhurried, letting the teaching of letting go move beneath us like a steady current, carrying nothing we need to keep, leaving us free to rest as deeply as the night allows. The night moves forward without leaving footprints. It does not announce where we are within it. It simply continues, steady and wide. In a stone village tucked into a mountain pass, there lived a bell keeper named Amaru. His task was simple. At dawn and at dusk, he rang the bell that marked the turning of the day. Travelers relied on it. Villagers listened for it without thinking. Amaru had rung the bell for many years. His hands knew the rope's texture. His arms knew the weight. The sound had become part of him. One winter, illness kept him inside. Another man rang the bell instead. The sound was slightly different, a little slower, a little uneven. No one complained. When Amaru returned, he noticed this. The bell still rang. The village still moved with the day. His absence had not undone anything. At first, this unsettled him. Then, slowly, it relieved him. One evening, after ringing the bell, Amaru stayed where he was. He did not listen for echoes. He did not measure the sound. He simply walked home. Letting go can arrive when we realize that what we do is larger than us, and also not dependent on us. We often tie our sense of meaning to repetition, to being needed in a particular way, to filling a role that seems irreplaceable. But life has a quiet adaptability. It shifts without resentment. As we listen now, the mind may soften its insistence on importance. The need to matter in a specific way loosens. This is not erasure. It is rest from proving. In a wide plain where herds moved slowly across open land, there lived a woman named Naria who tended animals alone. She knew each one by sight. She spoke to them as if they understood. When storms came, she guided them carefully. When one wandered, she found it. Over time, the herd grew smaller. Some animals were sold. Some died. Naria adjusted without much thought. One year, she found herself with only a few remaining. She realized she could no longer justify the long days of tending. She sold the last animals and moved closer to town. Her days changed shape. At first, she felt the absence sharply. The land felt empty. Her hands felt unused. Then, one morning, she noticed how quiet the plain had become. The wind moved freely. The grasses bent without interruption. She felt something loosen in her chest. Letting go can feel like an emptiness at first, but often it is space returning to itself. We may fear that if we stop tending, caring, managing, something essential will vanish. But sometimes, what vanishes is only the strain. As the night deepens, this may be felt not as an idea, but as a subtle easing, a sense that nothing needs to be held in place. In a river town where bridges were repaired often, there lived an architect named Pelin. He designed structures meant to last. He took pride in durability. Pelin believed that a well-made bridge should never need attention. One year, flooding damaged several bridges at once. Pelin worked tirelessly to restore them. he reinforced, strengthened, and elevated. When the next flood came, the bridges held, but the river carved new paths around them, flooding areas that had never flooded before. Helen stood by the water, watching. He realized then that permanence was not always harmony. Over time, he began designing bridges that allowed water to pass more freely. They moved slightly. They adapted. Letting go of rigidity does not weaken what we build. It allows it to live alongside change. As listening continues, ideas of how things should be may soften. Expectations lose their sharpness. This is not confusion. It is alignment. In a small coastal monastery, there lived a cook named Joran who prepared the same meals each day: rice, vegetables, soup, nothing elaborate. Visitors often praised the food. Joran nodded politely, but did not take pride in it. One evening, a guest asked him, "Don't you ever want to try something new?" Joran considered this. "I did," he said. "Then I didn't." The guest laughed, unsure how to respond. Later, Joran explained to another monk, "I let go of the need to surprise." He continued cooking as before. The meals remained satisfying. Letting go can mean releasing the need to impress, to be exceptional, to be noticed. There is a deep ease in being sufficient. As the night moves on, it may feel easier to be exactly as we are, without adjustment. In a village known for its storytellers, there lived a man named Kaval who told the same story every winter. People gathered to hear it. Children grew up knowing its turns. Over the years, Kaval noticed that the story changed slightly each time. Not intentionally. Small details shifted. Phrases softened. Some parts faded. One winter, someone pointed this out. "You used to say it differently." Kaval smiled. It used to be different. He did not try to correct it. Letting go of exactness allows stories and lives to breathe. We often cling to the idea that things must remain as they were to be true. But truth does not depend on sameness. As listening continues, memories may blur gently. This is not forgetting. It is the mind resting from preservation. In a hillside town with narrow streets, there lived a clockmaker named Oral. His shop was filled with ticking. He repaired mechanisms that measured time precisely. One day, a clock arrived that could not be fixed. Its gears were worn beyond replacement. The owner asked, "What should I do with it?" Orel listened to the clock one last time. "Let it stop," he said. The owner hesitated. But it's always been here. Aurel nodded. So has the time it measured. The clock was set aside. The shop grew quieter. Letting go does not stop time. It stops counting. As the night deepens, time may feel less linear. Minutes dissolve. Hours blend. This is not something to resist. In a remote farming region, there lived a man named Halen who planted the same crops every year. He followed the calendar faithfully. One season, the rains did not come as expected. The crops struggled. Halen tried to compensate. He watered more. He worked harder. The harvest was still poor. The following year, he planted differently. He did not force the old pattern. Letting go can mean releasing certainty about what will work. Life is not a formula. It is a conversation. As listening continues, the need for predictability may soften. This can feel unsettling at first, then freeing. In a mountain hermitage, there lived a caretaker named Ivalo, who maintained a small path leading up to the door. He cleared stones daily. He swept leaves away. One autumn, leaves fell faster than he could clear them. The path disappeared beneath gold and brown. Ivalo stopped sweeping. Visitors still found the way. Letting go can reveal that some efforts were never necessary. As the night holds us, effort itself may feel optional. In a quiet harbor town, there lived a woman named Saris who tied boats to shore each evening. She was careful, precise. One night, she watched the tide pull gently against the ropes. She noticed how the boats moved without strain when the knots were not too tight. The next night, she tied them the same way. Letting go does not mean letting drift. It means allowing movement. As the listening continues, this balance may be felt intuitively. Holding without constriction. Presence without pressure. The stories continue to pass like lantern light through mist. Some glow briefly. Some fade. Amaru by the bell. Neria on the plain. Pelin by the river. Joran at the stove. Kaval with his story. Oral in the ticking shop. Halen in his fields. Ivalo on the leaf-covered path. Saris by the harbor. Each release is small, ordinary, unremarkable, and yet, together, they form a quiet understanding. Letting go is not a single act. It is a gradual easing that happens when nothing needs to be proven, fixed, or completed. As the night continues, this easing may deepen without effort. If sleep comes, it will not interrupt anything. If wakefulness remains, It does not need to be filled. The teaching does not end. It simply becomes quieter. And so, we remain here, together, held by the wide patience of the night, with nothing left to carry that cannot be set down, gently, when the hands are ready. The night keeps unfolding without asking where we are within it. It does not check whether we are listening closely or drifting away. It carries on, wide enough for both. In a valley where mist gathered each morning, there lived a stone mason named Darian. He shaped markers for paths, low walls, and simple memorials. His work was sturdy and plain. He did not carve names unless asked. Darian believed that stone should speak softly. For many years, he worked with great precision. He measured carefully, corrected small imperfections, and reworked pieces that did not meet his standards. One season, his hands began to ache. The ache was dull but persistent. He worked through it at first, then more slowly. One afternoon, a stone slipped slightly as he set it. The line was not perfectly straight. Darian looked at it for a long time. He considered fixing it. Then he stepped back. From a distance, the wall held just as well. The stone fit the land more naturally than before. Darian left it as it was. From then on, he stopped correcting every small deviation. His work blended more gently into its surroundings. People still trusted his walls. Some said they felt more welcoming. Darian did not comment. Letting go can happen when we stop insisting on exactness. When we allow things to settle into place rather than forcing alignment. As the night deepens, the urge to arrange thoughts neatly may ease. Sentences can trail off. Ideas can remain unfinished. Nothing is lost in this. In a riverside settlement where people wash their clothes at dawn, there lived a woman named Iska who dyed fabrics using plants. She gathered herself. The colors were never the same twice. At first, customers asked for consistency. Iska tried to control the process. She measured carefully, adjusted constantly. The results grew dull. One day, she stopped correcting. She let the plants do what they would. The colors deepened, became unpredictable. Some customers complained. Others were drawn to the variation. Iska stopped explaining. Letting go does not always please everyone. It is not meant to. It is meant to return us to what feels true. As listening continues, there may be moments when attention sharpens briefly, then softens again. This movement does not need to be followed. In a highland town where wind carved sound through narrow streets, there lived a flute maker named Osen. He tested each flute himself, listening carefully for balance. Osen believed that a flute should not dominate the air. It should meet it. One evening, while testing a new piece, he noticed that one note wavered slightly. He adjusted the hole, then adjusted again. The wavering remained. Osen played the flute longer. The wavering gave the sound a fragile quality. He felt something open in his chest. He left it. Later, a traveler bought that flute. "It sounds like it's listening," the traveler said. Osen nodded. Letting go can reveal qualities we did not plan but recognize immediately. As the night stretches on, recognition may replace effort. A sense of this is enough may appear without explanation. In a farming village surrounded by low hills, there lived a man named Bren, who kept meticulous records of harvests. He noted rainfall, yield, timing. He believed understanding would give him control. Year after year, the numbers accumulated. Patterns emerged, then dissolved. One season, the harvest failed despite favorable records. Bren reviewed his notes obsessively. Nothing explained it. He stopped writing. The following year, he worked by observation instead. He watched the sky. He felt the soil. The harvest returned. Letting go of analysis does not mean abandoning care. It means trusting direct contact again. As listening continues, the mind may release its habit of explaining. Sensation, memory, and quiet presence may take precedence. In a quiet quarter of a city, there lived a bookbinder named Callan who repaired old volumes. He loved the feel of paper that had been handled many times. Callan believed books should last. One day, he received a book that had been repaired too often. The spine was stiff. The pages no longer lay flat. Callan removed the old binding and replaced it with something simpler. The book became lighter, easier to open. The owner was surprised. "It feels different," she said. Callan nodded. "It can breathe again." Letting go can restore flexibility. We sometimes reinforce ourselves so much that movement becomes difficult. Releasing layers can feel like loss at first, then relief. As the night deepens, flexibility may return quietly. Thoughts bend instead of break. Feelings pass without resistance. In a remote lakeside cabin, there lived a watchman named Etris who kept the water levels marked on a tall post. Each morning, he recorded the measurement. For years, the lake rose and fell predictably. One year, the levels behaved strangely. Sudden drops, unexpected rises. Etris recorded diligently, worried. Then one morning, he did not check. Nothing changed. He checked again days later. The lake was still there. The fish still moved. The birds still gathered. Etris reduced his checks to once a week. Letting go can mean releasing vigilance that no longer serves. As listening continues, the sense of needing to monitor may ease. It becomes possible to trust what continues without constant oversight. In a town known for its gardens, there lived a woman named Loom who cultivated medicinal plants. She knew their uses well. People sought her advice often. Over time, Loom noticed that many visitors wanted reassurance more than remedies. She listened carefully, offered herbs when appropriate, but did not promise outcomes. Some visitors left dissatisfied. Others returned, calmer. Loom stopped trying to meet every expectation. Letting go can involve releasing the need to be responsible for outcomes. We can care deeply without controlling results. As the night widens, responsibility may feel less heavy. We can be present without managing everything. In a narrow canyon where sound echoed easily, there lived a man named Kiros who carved steps into the rock for travelers. The work was slow and demanding. At first, he worked continuously. He wanted the path finished. Over time, he noticed that travelers began using partially carved steps. The path was already functional. Kiros slowed down. He worked when he felt steady. The steps took years. The canyon did not mind. Letting go can mean releasing urgency. Not everything needs to be completed quickly to be useful. As listening continues, urgency may soften into patience. Time opens. In a coastal town where fog arrived without warning, there lived a lighthouse keeper named Mile. His job was to keep the light steady. Male worried constantly about failure. He checked the mechanisms repeatedly. One night, during heavy fog, the light flickered briefly. Ships still passed safely. Male realized then that the light was one part of a larger system. He was not alone in keeping others safe. He checked less often after that. Letting go can mean recognizing shared responsibility. As the night deepens, the feeling of carrying everything alone may ease. Support becomes visible. In a quiet mountain village, there lived a bell carver named Thalin, who shaped small bells for homes and temples. Each bell had a slightly different tone. Thalin was once asked which bell was best. He rang them one by one. They all finished differently. He said, "Letting go can include releasing comparison. There is no single correct sound, pace, or way of resting. As listening continues, comparison may fade. Experience becomes singular, sufficient. The stories drift on like stars passing behind cloud. Darian and his stone, Iska and her dyes, Osen and his wavering note, Bren setting down his records, Callan freeing a book's spine, Etrus trusting the lake, Loom releasing outcomes, Kiros slowing his steps, Mile sharing the light, Phelan listening without ranking. Each story circles the same quiet center. Letting go is not dramatic. It is not announced. It does not require readiness. It happens in small allowances, in moments when effort loosens on its own. As the night continues, this loosening may deepen naturally. If sleep arrives, it will not interrupt the teaching. If wakefulness remains, it does not need to be filled. The night is wide enough for both, and so we remain together, resting in the gentle space created when nothing more needs to be held, when even the idea of letting go can be allowed to soften and fade into the quiet that carries us onward. The night continues without asking anything of us. It does not request attention or effort. It simply remains, steady and open. In a northern village where winter lingered long into the year, there lived a lamp maker named Varek. He crafted oil lamps from simple materials, glass, metal, and patience. Each lamp was made to last through dark evenings. Varek tested every lamp himself. He watched the flame closely, adjusting the wick until it burned evenly. He believed a steady flame meant a steady life. One winter, oil became scarce. Varek could no longer test every lamp as thoroughly as before. He worried. He imagined failure. Reluctantly, he sent lamps out without full testing. Weeks passed. No one returned with complaints. The lamps burned as they always had. Varek noticed that his worry had been heavier than the work itself. He stopped testing as obsessively. Letting go can mean releasing fear that has outlived its usefulness. Fear often remains long after the danger has passed. As listening continues, old concerns may surface briefly, then dissolve. They do not require engagement. In a dry plateau region where wells were precious, there lived a water keeper named Selene. She measured water carefully, rationing during drought. Selene took pride in fairness. No one went without because of her vigilance. One year, the rains were generous. The wells filled beyond expectation. Still, Selene rationed out of habit. Villagers questioned her. She reviewed the levels repeatedly. The water remained plentiful. Eventually, she eased the restrictions. Nothing bad happened. Selene realized that vigilance can become habit, even when it is no longer needed. Letting go can mean recognizing when caution has turned into constraint. As the night deepens, the mind may release some of its guarding. Thoughts may open rather than defend. In a hillside settlement where goats wandered freely, there lived a fence builder named Roan. He constructed boundaries, low stone walls, wooden gates. He was known for his precision. Roan believed good fences prevented trouble. Over time, he noticed that animals learned paths regardless of fences. They moved around obstacles patiently. One season, Roan built fewer barriers. He watched instead. The land adjusted. Letting go does not mean removing all boundaries. It means allowing movement where rigidity once stood. As listening continues, inner boundaries may soften. We do not need to hold ourselves so tightly together. In a port town where maps were sold to travelers, there lived a cartographer named Ilvan. He loved accuracy. He corrected maps constantly as shorelines shifted. Ilvan believed the world should be captured precisely. One year, storms altered the coast repeatedly. Ilvan chased each change, redrawing endlessly. Exhausted, he left some areas vague, shaded, approximate. Travelers found the maps easier to use. Ilvan learned that precision is not always clarity. Letting go can mean allowing uncertainty without anxiety. As the night moves on, uncertainty may feel less threatening. Not everything needs a fixed outline. In a quiet orchard valley, there lived a cider maker named Tovin. He pressed apples slowly, carefully separating clear juice from sediment. Tovin believed clarity was quality. One season, he grew tired of constant filtering. He bottled some cider with the sediment left in. The taste was fuller. Tovin smiled and did not filter as much again. Letting go can enrich what remains. As listening continues, clarity may give way to depth. Not all richness is transparent. In a mountain pass where travelers rested briefly, there lived an innkeeper named Maris. She welcomed guests without asking their plans. Maris once tried to remember every story she heard. Over time, they blended together. She stopped trying to remember. Guests still felt heard. Letting go can mean releasing the need to retain everything. Presence does not require memory. As the night deepens, the mind may rest from collecting. Experience can pass through without being stored. In a coastal marsh where birds nested seasonally, there lived a watcher named Fennel. He recorded arrivals and departures faithfully. One year, patterns shifted. Birds came earlier, left later. Fennel's records no longer aligned. He watched without writing. The marsh remained alive. Letting go can mean allowing change without documentation. As listening continues, the need to mark or record may ease. Moments can exist without proof. In a village built around a kiln, there lived a bricklayer named Jessa. She stacked bricks carefully, aligning each row. Jessa believed strength came from uniformity. One wall settled unevenly over time. Instead of rebuilding it entirely, she adjusted only what was necessary. The wall held. Letting go can mean releasing perfection while keeping integrity. As the night widens, integrity may feel simpler than perfection. In a remote hillside, there lived a shepherd named Oren who whistled to guide his flock. The tune was always the same. Over years, his whistle softened. The tune varied. The sheep still followed. Letting go can mean trusting connection beyond exact signals. As listening continues, communication may feel less dependent on form. In a quiet river bend, there lived a boat builder named Kale. He shaped hulls to cut water cleanly. One boat emerged slightly asymmetrical. Kyle hesitated, then launched it. It moved smoothly. Letting go can reveal that balance does not always look symmetrical. As the night deepens, balance may be felt rather than measured. In a forest clearing, there lived a pathkeeper named Riven, who cleared fallen branches daily. He believed paths should remain open. One storm dropped more branches than he could clear. He rested instead. Travelers stepped around obstacles. New paths formed naturally. Riven cleared less after that. Letting go can mean allowing adaptation rather than maintenance. As listening continues, the sense of needing to maintain everything may soften. In a fishing village where tides were unpredictable, there lived a tide reader named Solon. He predicted movements based on years of observation. One season, predictions failed repeatedly. Solon felt unsettled. He stopped predicting and simply observed. Fishermen adjusted easily. Letting go can mean releasing the role of knowing. As the night widens, not knowing may feel peaceful rather than threatening. In a stone quarry, there lived a cutter named Havor who split stone along precise lines. He believed control prevented waste. One block fractured unexpectedly, revealing a beautiful grain. Havor changed his cutting approach. Letting go can uncover what force concealed. As listening continues, effort may yield to discovery. In a quiet valley school, there lived a teacher named Pellis who planned lessons meticulously. He anticipated questions, outcomes, timing. One day, a lesson went differently than planned. Students explored something unexpected. Pellis followed instead of redirecting. Learning deepened. Letting go can invite emergence. As the night deepens, plans may loosen. Curiosity can replace control. In a seaside tower, there lived a rope maker named Yaren. He twisted fibers tightly for strength. Over time, he noticed that slightly looser ropes lasted longer. Letting go can increase resilience. As listening continues, resilience may feel softer than expected. In a hilltop shrine, there lived a caretaker named Lior who replaced offerings daily. He worried about neglect. One day, he arrived late. Offerings remained undisturbed. The shrine felt the same. Letting go can mean releasing anxiety about neglect. As the night widens, care may feel natural rather than forced. In a quiet workshop, there lived a wind chime maker named Ansel. He tuned each chime carefully. One chime sounded off. Ansel listened longer. The off note created depth. Letting go can add harmony through variation. As listening continues, harmony may emerge from difference. The stories keep flowing, gentle and unhurried. Varek easing his testing, Selen relaxing her rationing, Roan loosening fences, Ilvin shading his maps, Tovin enriching his cider, Maris releasing memory, Fennel setting down his records, Jessa adjusting her walls, Oren softening his whistle, Kyle trusting in balance, Riven allowing paths to form, Solon resting from prediction, Haver changing his cut, Pellis following curiosity, Yaren loosening his ropes, Lior easing vigilance, Ansel welcoming variation. Each one lets go a little, not dramatically, not all at once. The night does not hurry them. It does not hurry us. If sleep has already come, these words will drift past unnoticed. If listening remains, it does not need to be active. The teaching of letting go continues beneath thought, beneath attention, beneath effort. There is nothing to hold, nothing to solve, nothing to complete. Only the wide, patient night, carrying us gently onward, whether we are aware of it or not. The night remains generous. It does not narrow as it goes on. It opens quietly, as if making room for less. In a hillside town where rain arrived suddenly and left without warning, there lived a roof thatcher named Elson. He repaired roofs after storms, climbing carefully, replacing what had loosened. Elson believed a good roof should never leak. He took pride in preventing every drop. One season, storms came too often. Elson worked without pause. Still, small leaks appeared. At first, he rushed to fix them all. He grew tired. The town did not dry any faster. Eventually, Elson began repairing only what truly weakened the structure. Minor leaks were allowed to pass. The houses still stood. People adapted. Elson noticed that not every flaw required immediate repair. Letting go can mean accepting that small discomforts do not always signal danger. As listening continues, the mind may release its habit of constant fixing. Not every sensation or thought needs intervention. In a quiet inland port where barges rested between journeys, there lived a cargo balancer named Tarek. He arranged loads carefully, ensuring weight was distributed evenly. Tarek believed imbalance caused disaster. One day, a barge departed slightly unevenly loaded. Tarek worried all morning. The barge returned safely. He realized then that systems often carry more tolerance than we imagine. Letting go can mean trusting stability beyond perfect balance. As the night deepens, the need for exact equilibrium may soften. Slight tilts are not always falls. In a village where candles were made by hand, there lived a wax pourer named Mireth. She measured each pour precisely. One evening, distracted, she poured unevenly. The candle burned with a slow, wavering flame. People found it comforting. Mireth stopped measuring so tightly. Letting go can change the quality of light, not its presence. As listening continues, attention may flicker gently without needing correction. In a rocky upland where water was scarce, there lived a cistern keeper named Ovar. He inspected the walls daily, fearing cracks. For years, he found none. One season, a hairline crack appeared. Ovar panicked. He checked it constantly. The crack did not widen. Eventually, Ovar stopped watching it so closely. He repaired it when the time was right. Letting go can mean allowing patience to replace fear. As the night moves on, patience may feel natural, unforced. In a small port market, there lived a fish sorter named Lenai. She separated catches by size and type, working quickly. At first, she tried to make perfect piles. It slowed her down. Later, she grouped loosely. The work flowed. Nothing was lost. Letting go can improve movement by reducing control. As listening continues, movement between thought and rest may feel easier. In a forest settlement where paths crossed without signs, there lived a guide named Renlo. He once marked every route carefully. Travelers still asked questions. Eventually, Renlo stopped marking everything. He walked with travelers instead. They learned the land directly. Letting go can shift guidance from instruction to presence. As the night deepens, presence may feel sufficient without explanation. In a mountain workshop, there lived a bellows maker named Cassin. He stitched leather tightly, fearing leaks. Some bellows became stiff. Cassin loosened his stitching slightly. The bellows breathed better. Letting go can improve function by allowing space. As listening continues, space may feel supportive rather than empty. In a riverside town where ferries crossed daily, there lived a ticket keeper named Vion. He checked every pass carefully. One busy day, he missed a few. The ferry ran smoothly. Vion realized his checking had become habit rather than necessity. Letting go can reveal what is already working. As the night widens, vigilance may soften into trust. In a hillside quarry, there lived a marker named Delos, who marked stone blocks for cutting. He followed strict lines. One block resisted. Delos adjusted the line. The stone split cleanly. Letting go can mean listening to resistance rather than fighting it. As listening continues, resistance may be felt as information, not obstacle. In a lakeside town where nets dried on posts, there lived a net washer named Easel. She washed until the water ran clear. One day, she stopped early. The nets still worked. She realized clarity did not require excess effort. Letting go can save energy without loss. As the night deepens, effort may naturally reduce. In a hillside apiary, there lived a hive mover named Talon. He relocated hives to follow blooms. One year, he moved them less. The bees adapted. Letting go can mean allowing others to adjust without constant direction. As listening continues, the need to manage may loosen. In a quiet valley chapel, there lived a candle tender named Pharrell. He replaced candles before they burned down. One evening, he let them burn longer. The light lasted just as well. Letting go can reveal that endings do not need to be rushed. As the night widens, endings may feel gentler. In a cliffside village, there lived a ladder maker named Orsel. He tested each rung repeatedly. One ladder passed despite a slight creak. It held. Orsel stopped fearing small sounds. Letting go can reduce anxiety without increasing risk. As listening continues, sounds of the night may fade into background comfort. In a remote field station, there lived a weather watcher named Cain. He predicted changes daily. One season, he stopped predicting and simply observed. Farmers adapted anyway. Letting go can free us from the burden of foresight. As the night deepens, the future may feel less pressing. In a riverside mill, there lived a grain sorter named Jarrell. He separated grains meticulously. One day, he allowed some mixing. The flour remained good. Letting go can simplify without diminishing quality. As listening continues, simplicity may feel nourishing. In a hillside shrine, there lived a bell ringer named Othin, who rang at exact times. One evening, he rang slightly late. No one minded. Letting go can loosen strict timing. As the night widens, time may feel more fluid. In a quiet harbor, there lived a knot-tier named Seelan. He tied knots tightly. One night, he tied them just firm enough. The ropes held and moved with the tide. Letting go can create flexibility that prevents strain. As listening continues, flexibility may feel safer than rigidity. In a woodland clearing, there lived a firekeeper named Ravel. He fed the fire constantly. One night, he let it burn lower. It lasted longer. Letting go can preserve what we tend. As the night deepens, tending may feel lighter. In a mountain outpost, there lived a signal watcher named Corin. He watched for messages constantly. One night, none came. He rested. Nothing was missed. Letting go can mean trusting silence. As listening continues, silence may feel full rather than empty. The stories continue, quiet and ordinary. Elson allowing small leaks, Tarek trusting tolerance, Myreth softening her measures, Ovar easing his watch, Linne loosening her piles, Renlo walking alongside, Kassan stitching with breath, Vion checking less, Delos listening to stone, Isol saving effort, Talon moving less, Farrell letting candles burn, Orsul trusting the rung, Cain releasing foresight, Gerald simplifying, Othin easing time, Seelan allowing movement, Ravel feeding less, Corin trusting quiet. Each one releases something small. Each one finds that nothing essential is lost. As the night carries on, this understanding may sink beneath words. There is nothing here to grasp, nothing to apply. Only a gentle loosening that happens when holding is no longer needed. If sleep has already arrived, these stories pass like wind through trees. If listening remains, it does not need to be focused. The night is patient. It will hold whatever remains. And so, we continue together, unburdened and unhurried, allowing the simple wisdom of letting go to keep unfolding on its own, without effort, without demand, carried quietly by the long, open night. The night keeps its wide shape. It does not tighten as hours pass. If anything, it softens further, as though loosening its own edges. In a broad valley where fog settled low at dawn, there lived a gatekeeper named Soren. His gate marked the entrance to a shared pasture. Each morning, he opened it. Each evening, he closed it. Soren believed timing mattered. He prided himself on consistency. One evening, he arrived late. The animals had already wandered in. The gate stood open, unattended. Nothing had gone wrong. The animals grazed calmly. The pasture held them without effort. Soren closed the gate later than usual and felt an unexpected ease. He arrived later more often after that. Letting go can be the moment we realize that control was never as absolute as we believed. As listening continues, the need to arrive at the right moment may soften. There is room for timing to adjust itself. In a riverbend town where lanterns were lit at dusk, there lived a lamplighter named Ireno. He lit each lantern carefully, checking the flame twice. Ireno feared darkness. He believed his vigilance kept it away. One night, a lantern went unlit. The street was dimmer, but passable. People walked more slowly. Voices lowered. The darkness did not cause harm. Ireno realized that light does not need to erase darkness to be useful. Letting go can mean allowing contrast rather than eliminating it. As the night deepens, shadow and quiet may feel companionable rather than threatening. In a hillside farm where terraces curved gently, there lived a soil keeper named Halv. He tested the earth constantly, adjusting nutrients, correcting imbalances. Over time, the soil grew tired. One season, Halv added less. He observed instead. The soil recovered. Letting go can mean allowing systems to find their own balance. As listening continues, balance may feel less like effort and more like a natural settling. In a quiet port where ropes hummed softly in the wind, there lived a dock checker named Myron. He inspected every tie-down each evening. One night, exhausted, he skipped a few. The boats rocked gently. The knots held. Myron realized his fear had outpaced reality. Letting go can mean recognizing when caution has become habit. As the night moves on, habits may loosen without intention. In a remote valley where bells signaled weather changes, there lived a weather caller named Arvo. He listened closely to the air, announcing storms. One season, the weather became unpredictable. Arvo's calls were often wrong. He stopped announcing and simply listened. People adjusted more easily than before. Letting go can free us from the need to be right. As listening continues, the need for certainty may fade into quiet curiosity. In a forest village, where paths crossed beneath tall trees, there lived a marker painter named Jason. He refreshed trail marks weekly. One year, moss covered the marks faster than he could paint. He stopped repainting. Travelers followed the land instead. Letting go can reveal other forms of guidance already present. As the night deepens, guidance may arise without signs or words. In a stony upland where cairns marked old routes, there lived a stone stacker named Brea. She repaired fallen cairns carefully. One winter, storms scattered many stones. Brea rebuilt a few, then rested. Travelers stacked stones themselves as they passed. The route remained known. Letting go can invite shared responsibility. As listening continues, the sense of carrying everything alone may ease. In a coastal inlet where tides whispered against rock, there lived a shell sorter named Ilra. She separated shells by size and shape. Over time, the sorting took longer than the collecting. One day, she left the shells mixed. They were still beautiful. Letting go can mean releasing unnecessary distinction. As the night widens, differences may feel less demanding of attention. In a hillside monastery, where chants echoed softly, there lived a chant keeper named Noru. He ensured every chant followed tradition exactly. One evening, voices drifted out of sync. Noru listened. The chant felt alive. He did not correct it. Letting go can allow living rhythm to replace rigid form. As listening continues, rhythm may carry us without counting. In a valley school where lessons were recited aloud, there lived a reciter named Fen. He corrected pronunciation meticulously. One day, a child spoke differently but clearly. Others understood. Fen stopped correcting so often. Letting go can mean trusting understanding over form. As the night deepens, understanding may remain even as details blur. In a mountain pass where travelers rested briefly, there lived a rest warden named Kiva. She timed breaks carefully. One afternoon, she let people rest as long as they needed. Journeys continued smoothly. Letting go can mean trusting natural pacing. As listening continues, pacing may find itself. In a fishing hamlet where nets were dried carefully, there lived a net mender named Solvi. She repaired every tear immediately. One small tear was left. The net still worked. Solvi realized not all imperfections require urgency. Letting go can reduce pressure without causing harm. As the night widens, urgency may dissolve into patience. In a stone hall where records were kept, there lived a registrar named Elric. He recorded every transaction. One evening, he missed a few. The records remained useful. Elric recorded less afterward. Letting go can simplify without erasing function. As listening continues, simplicity may feel restful. In a river delta, where channels shifted yearly, there lived a channel marker named Avon. He placed stakes to guide boats. Each year, he replaced them. One year, he placed fewer. Boats adapted. Letting go can mean allowing adaptation instead of enforcement. As the night deepens, adaptation may feel easier than control. In a high pasture where bells rang on animals, there lived a bell tuner named Aurelis. He tuned bells to match. One bell drifted out of tune. The sound added depth. Aurelis left it. Letting go can enrich harmony. As listening continues, harmony may come from variation rather than uniformity. In a quiet wood where fires were rare, there lived a fire watcher named Terrace. He watched constantly for smoke. One season, he trusted the dampness of the ground and rested more. No fires came. Letting go can mean trusting conditions rather than constant vigilance. As the night widens, trust may replace alertness. In a river town where ferries crossed at set times, there lived a schedule keeper named Brenna. She enforced punctuality strictly. One crossing left late. Arrivals were calmer. Brenna relaxed her schedules. Letting go can ease tension without causing disorder. As listening continues, order may arise naturally. In a quiet hillside garden, there lived a pruner named Callus. He trimmed plants precisely. One season, he trimmed less. Plants grew fuller. Letting go can allow growth to express itself. As the night deepens, growth may feel unforced. In a watchtower overlooking plains, there lived a lookout named Yoren. He scanned constantly. One night, he looked less. Nothing was missed. Letting go can allow rest without loss. As listening continues, rest may feel safe. In a valley workshop, there lived a tool sharpener named Hessa. She sharpened until edges were perfect. One blade was left slightly dull. It worked fine. Hessa stopped over sharpening. Letting go can prevent wear. As the night widens, weariness may soften. In a coastal town where flags signaled conditions, there lived a flag raiser named Myron. He changed flags often. One day, he left the flag longer. Sailors adjusted. Letting go can reduce constant signaling. As listening continues, silence may carry enough information. In a hillside storehouse, there lived a grain measurer named Lisa. She measured precisely. One sack was approximate. No one noticed. Letting go can loosen precision without consequence. As the night deepens, approximation may feel acceptable. In a riverside grove, there lived a leaf raker named Joraneth. He raked daily. One autumn, he raked less. Leaves nourished the soil. Letting go can allow return. As listening continues, return may feel natural. The stories continue quietly, one after another. Soren arriving later, Areno allowing dimness, Halv easing the soil, Myron checking less, Arvo releasing certainty, Jason letting moss guide, Brea sharing the stones, Ilra leaving shells mixed, Noru trusting rhythm, Fen releasing correction, Kiva trusting rest, Solvi easing urgency, Elric simplifying records, Avon placing fewer stakes, Aurelus welcoming variation, Terrace trusting damp ground, Brenna loosening time, Callus trimming less, Yoren resting his gaze, Hessa sparing the edge, Myron quieting signals, Lysa accepting approximation, Joraneth leaving the leaves. Each release is small, almost unnoticeable, yet together they form a wide, quiet understanding. Letting go is not dramatic. It is not decisive. It is not a single moment. It is the gradual easing of effort when effort is no longer required. As the night continues, this easing may deepen without instruction. If sleep has already taken you, these words drift like distant sounds. If you are still listening, you are not required to hold anything. The night holds us, and so we remain here together, carried gently by the quiet truth that nothing essential is lost when the hands loosen, and that rest, like letting go, arrives naturally when it is allowed to. The night does not thin as it goes on. It spreads quietly, as if there were no edge to reach. Time loosens its grip, and with it, the need to keep track. In a long valley where frost settled gently on fields before dawn, there lived a bridge watcher named Kioran. His job was to inspect the wooden bridge each morning, checking planks, listening for weakness. Kioran believed vigilance prevented collapse. He walked the bridge slowly, tapping each board with care. Year after year, the bridge held. One morning, Kioran overslept. By the time he arrived, Villagers had already crossed. The bridge stood as it always had. Kioran walked it anyway, but something in him had softened. Over time, he inspected less thoroughly, not from neglect, but from trust. The bridge did not fall. Letting go can be the quiet realization that constancy does not always depend on constant attention. As listening continues, the mind may relax its scanning. There is nothing here that needs to be detected or prevented. In a lowland town where fog blurred the riverbanks, there lived a rope coiler named Daryl. He coiled ropes tightly, ensuring no slack remained. Daryl believed slack led to tangles. One morning, he noticed that tightly coiled ropes were harder to use. He left a little looseness. The ropes untangled more easily. Letting go can improve flow. As the night deepens, thoughts may feel less knotted when not pulled tight. In a hillside village where bells marked meals, there lived a meal caller named Yara. She rang the bell exactly at the appointed time. One day, she rang it late. People were already gathering. The meal tasted the same. Yara rang without checking the time after that. Letting go can mean trusting readiness rather than enforcing schedule. As listening continues, hunger for structure may soften. In a desert outpost where supplies were scarce, there lived a keeper named Salek who counted provisions daily. He feared shortage. One season, deliveries became irregular. Salek counted more often, worrying. Then one day, he stopped counting for a while. Supplies remained sufficient. Letting go can mean trusting sufficiency without constant reassurance. As the night widens, reassurance may no longer be needed. In a quiet harbor where buoys marked safe passage, there lived a buoy adjuster named Fenros. He adjusted positions frequently. One year, he adjusted less. Boats navigated by feel and sight. Fenros realized his adjustments had been more for comfort than necessity. Letting go can mean releasing actions done mostly to soothe worry. As listening continues, soothing may come from stillness instead. In a mountain hamlet where weather changed quickly, there lived a window shutter named Palace. He opened and closed shutters constantly. One evening, he left them open during light rain. Nothing was harmed. Palace closed them less after that. Letting go can mean accepting minor exposure. As the night deepens, openness may feel safe. In a river town where water wheels turned slowly, there lived a wheel greaser named Loman. He greased mechanisms often to prevent squeaks. One wheel squeaked softly. Loman listened. The sound was harmless. He greased less frequently. Letting go can mean tolerating small sounds of life. As listening continues, background noises may feel less intrusive. In a hillside archive where scrolls were stored, there lived a sorter named Brel, who organized endlessly. One day, he left some scrolls unsorted. They were still found when needed. Brel relaxed his sorting. Letting go can mean releasing the need for constant order. As the night widens, order may emerge naturally. In a coastal farm where wind shaped crops, there lived a windbreak builder named Arlen. He built barriers to protect fields. One season, he built fewer. The crops bent and survived. Letting go can mean allowing flexibility rather than resistance. As listening continues, bending may feel wiser than holding firm. In a quiet mill where flour drifted in the air, there lived a cleaner named Nisa who swept constantly. One day, she swept less. The mill still functioned. Nisa realized not all dust requires removal. Letting go can reduce effort without increasing harm. As the night deepens, effort may reduce on its own. In a riverside town, where lights reflected on water, there lived a reflection watcher named Omen. He believed reflections revealed changes. He watched nightly. One night, he did not watch. The river flowed as always. Letting go can mean releasing monitoring that adds little. As listening continues, observation may soften into presence. In a forest crossing where signs pointed the way, there lived a sign replacer named Kesta. She replaced worn signs promptly. One sign faded. Travelers still found the path. Kesta replaced signs less urgently. Letting go can reveal that guidance exists beyond signs. As the night widens, guidance may be felt rather than read. In a stone yard where markers were aligned, there lived an aligner named Vesh. He adjusted stones repeatedly. One stone remained slightly askew. The structure held. Vesh left it. Letting go can accept small imperfections as part of stability. As listening continues, perfection may lose its appeal. In a hillside granary where grain was aired regularly, there lived an error named Sova. She turned grain constantly. One season, she turned it less. The grain stayed good. Sova rested more. Letting go can preserve energy. As the night deepens, energy may be conserved naturally. In a lakeside camp where fires were banked nightly, there lived a banker named Tolan. He banked fires carefully. One night, he banked lightly. The fire survived. Letting go can mean trusting warmth to endure. As listening continues, warmth may feel steady without guarding. In a high meadow where stones marked boundaries, there lived a boundary keeper named Elma. she repaired markers often. One stone fell. The boundary remained understood. Elma repaired fewer stones. Letting go can reveal shared understanding. As the night widens, shared understanding may feel enough. In a quiet village where doors were locked early, there lived a door checker named Varen. He checked locks repeatedly. One evening, he forgot. Nothing happened. Varen checked less. Letting go can ease vigilance. As listening continues, vigilance may relax. In a valley workshop where tools were oiled daily, there lived an oiler named Reth. He oiled meticulously. One tool went unoiled. It worked. Reth reduced his routine. Letting go can simplify life. As the night deepens, simplicity may feel welcoming. In a riverside meadow where paths crisscrossed, there lived a path clearer named Ilvanor. He cleared one path consistently. Others formed naturally. Ilvanor cleared less. Letting go can allow many ways. As listening continues, there may be no need to choose a single path. In a quiet tower where clocks chimed softly, there lived a chime adjuster named Morel. He adjusted tones to be exact. One chime rang differently. The sound was pleasing. Merrill left it. Letting go can allow harmony to emerge without control. As the night widens, harmony may feel effortless. In a coastal ridge where flags fluttered, there lived a flag mender named Hiren. He mended small tears immediately. One tear fluttered freely. The flag still signaled. Hiren mended less. Letting go can accept wear as part of use. As listening continues, wear may feel acceptable. In a woodland stream where stones guided water, there lived a stone mover named Kiva. She adjusted stones often. One season, she adjusted none. The water found its way. Letting go can trust flow. As the night deepens, flow may carry us. In a hillside hall where voices echoed, there lived an echo tester named Laren. He tested acoustics daily. One day, he did not test. The hall sounded the same. Laren rested. Letting go can mean trusting consistency. As listening continues, consistency may feel stable without checking. The stories continue, quiet and ordinary. Kioran trusting the bridge, Darrell loosening the coil, Yara trusting readiness, Salek easing his counting, Fenros adjusting less, Pallas allowing rain, Loman tolerating sound, Brel easing order, Arlen allowing bend, Nisa sweeping less, Omen releasing watch, Kesta trusting paths, Vesh leaving the stone, Sova conserving energy, Tolan trusting warmth, Elma trusting understanding, Varen easing vigilance, Reth simplifying routine, Ilvanor allowing many paths, Marl welcoming tone, Hiron allowing wear, Kiva trusting water, Lauren trusting the hall. Each one loosens a small grip. Nothing collapses. Nothing essential is lost. As the night carries on, this loosening may feel less like something being done and more like something being allowed. If sleep has already arrived, these words pass beneath it quietly. If listening remains, it does not need to follow. The night is wide enough for all of this. And so we continue together, unhurried and unburdened, resting in the gentle truth that letting go is not an action to perform, but a softness that arrives when the hands no longer need to hold. The night keeps widening. It does not ask how long we have been here. It does not count what has already passed. In a narrow valley where moonlight arrived late and left early, there lived a stairkeeper named Oral. He maintained the long stone steps that climbed toward a small shrine. Each day, he checked for loose stones and swept away gravel. Oral believed that every step must be secure. One winter, snow fell heavily. The steps disappeared beneath it. Oral could not clear them all. Pilgrims walked anyway, slowly, feeling their way. No one fell. When the snow melted, Oral noticed that some steps were worn smooth by careful feet. He stopped repairing those. Letting go can mean allowing caution to replace control. As listening continues, carefulness may arise naturally, without enforcement. In a low plain where reeds grew thick along the water, there lived a reed cutter named Bellin. He cut reeds to keep the channels clear. Balin cut constantly, afraid that growth would block the flow. One season, he cut less. The reeds bent with the water. Channels remained open. Balin realized that flexibility can serve flow better than removal. Letting go can mean allowing what bends to remain. As the night deepens, bending may feel wiser than resisting. In a market town where scales were checked often, there lived a weight calibrator named Zero. He ensured fairness by constant measurement. One day, a scale went unchecked. Trade continued smoothly. Zero realized trust had been carrying the market all along. Letting go can mean trusting shared sense over constant verification. As listening continues, trust may feel easier than vigilance. In a high desert, where wells were marked by stones, there lived a well marker named Danelle. He refreshed the markers yearly. One marker faded. Travelers still found the well. Danelle refreshed fewer markers after that. Letting go can mean trusting memory held in many minds. As the night widens, shared knowing may feel enough. In a mountain workshop where wheels were turned by hand, there lived a turner named Eska. She smoothed every edge carefully. One wheel left the workshop with a rough spot. It rolled fine. Eska stopped smoothing every edge. Letting go can mean recognizing when effort exceeds need. As listening continues, effort may soften naturally. In a river, crossing where ropes guided ferries, there lived a rope watcher named Phelan. He watched the ropes constantly, fearing fray. One rope aged quietly without issue. Phelan watched less. Letting go can mean allowing time to pass without suspicion. As the night deepens, time may feel less threatening. In a hillside town where bells marked prayer times, there lived a bell tuner named Garrel. He tuned bells often. One bell drifted slightly. The sound remained calming. Garrel tuned less. Letting go can allow sound to age gracefully. As listening continues, aging may feel gentle rather than alarming. In a lakeside marsh, where birds nested in cycles, there lived a nest counter named Huron. He counted nests carefully each season. One year, he counted less. The birds returned as always. Letting go can mean releasing the need to quantify life. As the night widens, life may be felt without numbers. In a stone corridor where echoes lingered, there lived an echo listener named Iset. He tested acoustics daily. One day, he did not test. The corridor still carried sound. Iset rested more. Letting go can mean trusting continuity. As listening continues, continuity may feel stable without checking. In a farming hollow where gates divided fields, there lived a gate mender named Javel. He repaired hinges at the first creak. One hinge creaked softly for months. The gate still worked. Javel repaired only when needed. Letting go can mean listening to function rather than sound. As the night deepens, function may matter more than noise. In a river town where lights guided night boats, there lived a lamp aligner named Coronel. He aligned lamps precisely. One lamp tilted slightly. Boats still passed safely. Coronel aligned less. Letting go can mean allowing small shifts. As listening continues, shifts may feel acceptable. In a hillside archive where maps were copied by hand, there lived a copier named Lethan. He copied lines exactly. One map smudged. Travelers still understood it. Lethan copied with less strain. Letting go can reduce strain without losing clarity. As the night widens, clarity may arise without precision. In a coastal bluff where wind chimes hung to signal storms, there lived a chime adjuster named Myron. He adjusted tones often. One chime sounded dull. The signal still worked. Myron adjusted less. Letting go can mean allowing dullness without fear. As listening continues, dull moments may be restful. In a woodland school where lessons followed strict order, there lived a lesson keeper named Neural. He kept sequence exact. One lesson ran long. Understanding deepened. Neural loosened his order. Letting go can allow depth over sequence. As the night deepens, depth may replace structure. In a riverbend village where nets were weighed, there lived a net weigher named Olin. He weighed catches precisely. One catch went unweighed. Trade continued. Olin weighed less. Letting go can simplify routine. As listening continues, routine may soften. In a hillside garden where rows were straightened, there lived a row aligner named Para. She straightened constantly. One row curved gently. The plants grew well. Para left some curves. Letting go can allow natural form. As the night widens, form may soften into flow. In a mountain shelter where supplies were stacked carefully, there lived a stacker named Quell. He restacked daily. One stack slanted slightly. Nothing fell. Quell rested. Letting go can mean trusting gravity's patience. As listening continues, patience may replace tension. In a riverside watch hut where levels were marked, there lived a level reader named Risa. She read levels often. One day, she did not read. The river remained. Risa read less. Letting go can mean trusting presence over measurement. As the night deepens, presence may feel enough. In a cliff path where ropes were tightened, there lived a rope tightener named Sealor. He tightened constantly. One rope was left slightly loose. It absorbed movement better. Sealor loosened more ropes. Letting go can reduce strain. As listening continues, strain may release. In a quiet port where crates were counted, there lived a counter named Tyven. He counted nightly. One night, he skipped counting. Nothing was missing. Tiven counted less. Letting go can ease vigilance. As the night widens, ease may feel safe. In a hillside mill where grain was sifted, there lived a sifter named Olra. She sifted thoroughly. One batch was less sifted. The bread was hearty. Olra sifted less. Letting go can nourish. As listening continues, nourishment may feel simple. In a valley forge where sparks flew, there lived a spark watcher named Vessen. He watched for stray embers constantly. One ember cooled harmlessly. Vessen relaxed. Letting go can trust natural limits. As the night deepens, limits may feel gentle. In a river meadow where paths were mowed, there lived a mower named Warl. He mowed often. One path grew tall. People walked another way. Warl mowed less. Letting go can allow choice. As listening continues, choice may feel open. In a coastal hall where banners were straightened, there lived a straightener named Zarin. He straightened daily. One banner hung crooked. It still signaled. Zarin straightened less. Letting go can accept asymmetry. As the night widens, asymmetry may feel alive. In a quiet upland where springs were capped, there lived a cap checker named Yell. He checked caps constantly. One cap loosened slightly. The spring flowed fine. Yell checked less. Letting go can allow flow. As listening continues, flow may carry us. In a forest edge where markers were repainted, there lived a painter named Zorin. He repainted yearly. One marker faded. Travelers still knew. Zorin repainted less. Letting go can trust memory. As the night deepens, memory may soften without loss. The stories keep arriving, gentle and unremarkable. Oral trusting the steps, Balin allowing reeds, Syro trusting scales, Danil trusting memory, Eska easing edges, Phelan easing watch, Geralt allowing drift, Hyron releasing numbers, Iset resting from testing, Javel listening to function, Coronel allowing tilt, Lethan easing strain, Myron accepting dullness, Neril loosening order, Olin simplifying routine, Para allowing curves, Quell trusting gravity, Risa trusting presence, Sealor loosening ropes, Tivin easing counts, Ulra nourishing fully, Veesen trusting limits, Warl allowing paths, Zarin accepting crookedness, Yell allowing flow, Zorin trusting memory. Each one lets go of a small certainty. Nothing essential disappears. As the night carries on, this gentle release may no longer feel like something happening. It may feel like something that has already happened. If sleep has arrived, these words pass beneath it quietly. If listening remains, it does not need to gather anything. The night holds all of this without effort. And so, we continue together, without urgency, without grasping, resting in the simple truth that letting go is not an achievement, but a natural easing one that the night understands completely and offers freely, again and again. The night does not signal its depth. It does not ask us to notice how far we have come. It simply keeps its quiet openness, steady and uninsistent. In a long stretch of countryside, where hedges divided fields loosely, there lived a hedge trimmer named Orlan. He trimmed each hedge into clean, straight lines. He believed order kept the land respectable. Each season, the hedges grew back unevenly. Orlan trimmed again, correcting every stray branch. One year, his hands tired earlier than usual. He trimmed less precisely. Some sections curved. Some were left untouched. The hedges flowered more fully that year. Birds nested where the lines were softer. Orlan noticed that the land looked more at ease. Letting go can mean allowing things to grow in their own shape. As listening continues, the urge to straighten and refine may soften. What remains does not become chaotic. It becomes alive. In a river port, where boats were moored closely together, there lived a mooring checker named Saville. He checked distances between boats daily, ensuring none drifted too close. One night, the current shifted slightly. Boats touched gently, wood against wood. No damage was done. Saville began allowing more space and less checking. Letting go can mean trusting gentle contact rather than fearing it. As the night deepens, closeness may feel less threatening. Separation may feel less necessary. In a hillside bakery, where loaves were shaped carefully, there lived a baker named Tyran. He shaped each loaf to be identical. Customers praised the consistency. One morning, distracted by conversation, Tyran shaped loaves more loosely. Each one emerged different. People noticed. Some smiled. The bread tasted the same. Tyran shaped less rigidly after that. Letting go can allow individuality without losing substance. As listening continues, sameness may feel less important than warmth. In a forest village where paths were swept daily, there lived a path sweeper named Yorinel. He swept leaves away before they gathered. One autumn, leaves fell faster than he could sweep. The paths became soft underfoot. Walking slowed. Conversations lengthened. Yorinel swept less often after that. Letting go can change pace, not direction. As the night widens, pace may slow naturally, without resistance. In a coastal inlet, where tides were charted on wooden boards, there lived a tide recorder named Calvin. He marked each rise and fall carefully. After many years, the boards were full of markings. Patterns overlapped. One evening, Calvin stopped recording. He sat and watched instead. The tide moved as always. Letting go can mean shifting from recording life to inhabiting it. As listening continues, the need to mark or measure may fall away, presence remains. In a mountain hamlet where chimneys were cleaned often, there lived a chimney cleaner named Dorsa. She cleaned before soot became visible. One chimney was left longer. The fire still drew well. Dorsa cleaned when needed, not before. Letting go can mean trusting signs rather than anticipation. As the night deepens, anticipation may soften into attention. In a valley town where wells were covered nightly, there lived a cover lifter named Halrin. He lifted and replaced covers precisely. One night, a cover was left askew. The well was still safe. Halrin replaced covers with less urgency. Letting go can mean recognizing that safety is not always fragile. As listening continues, safety may feel inherent rather than maintained. In a river meadow where channels were dredged, there lived a dredger named Isven. He dredged constantly to keep water flowing. One year, he dredged less. The water found new paths. The meadow flourished. Letting go can allow renewal through change. As the night widens, change may feel less like loss and more like movement. In a quiet port where sails were folded meticulously, there lived a sail folder named Karis. She folded sails tightly to prevent creases. One sail was folded loosely. It unfurled more easily later. Karis folded with more space after that. Letting go can make unfolding gentler. As listening continues, unfolding may feel easier than holding. In a hillside orchard where fruit was thinned carefully, there lived a fruit thinner named Lomar. He removed small fruit to improve harvest. One season, he removed less. The fruit was smaller, but abundant. Lomar shared more. Letting go can change abundance into generosity. As the night deepens, generosity may arise without planning. In a riverside town where steps were repaired quickly, there lived a step fixer named Merle. He fixed every crack immediately. One small crack was left. It did not grow. Merle fixed only when cracks mattered. Letting go can reduce constant vigilance. As listening continues, vigilance may soften into awareness. In a quiet upland where fences guided livestock, there lived a fence walker named Neth. He walked the fences daily. One fence section leaned slightly. Animals adjusted. Neth walked the fences less. Letting go can trust adaptation. As the night widens, adaptation may feel natural. In a stone workshop, where tools were arranged precisely, there lived an arranger named Oris. He arranged tools after every use. One evening, he left them scattered. He found them easily the next day. or is arranged less carefully. Letting go can reveal that order sometimes exists without effort. As listening continues, order may feel less urgent. In a lakeside village where water jars were filled to exact levels, there lived a filler named Pavan. He measured carefully. One jar was filled roughly. It served just as well. Pavan measured less. Letting go can simplify without diminishing usefulness. As the night deepens, simplicity may feel kind. In a hilltop watch where signals were tested, there lived a signal tester named Quell. He tested every signal daily. One day, he did not test. Signals still worked. Quell tested less. Letting go can ease anxiety. As listening continues, anxiety may loosen on its own. In a river crossing where planks were aligned carefully, there lived an aligner named Reuven. He aligned repeatedly. One plank shifted slightly. Crossings remained safe. Reuven aligned less. Letting go can accept small shifts. As the night widens, stability may feel flexible. In a coastal village where nets were sorted by size, there lived a sorter named Sira. She sorted meticulously. One batch was left mixed. The catch was still shared fairly. Sira sorted less. Letting go can release unnecessary division. As listening continues, division may soften. In a mountain storehouse where jars were sealed tightly, there lived a sealer named Toman. He sealed obsessively. One jar was sealed loosely. It kept fine. Toman sealed with less force. Letting go can prevent cracking. As the night deepens, gentleness may preserve more than force. In a woodland path where stones were removed, there lived a stone clearer named Ulven. He cleared every stone. One stone remained. People stepped around it. Ulven cleared less. Letting go can allow choice rather than enforcement. As listening continues, choice may feel easy. In a quiet riverside where benches were straightened, there lived a straightener named Virel. He straightened daily. One bench was left crooked. People still sat. Virel straightened less. Letting go can accept comfort over appearance. As the night widens, comfort may matter more than form. In a cliffside path where ropes were checked, there lived a checker named Warren. He checked constantly. One rope went unchecked. It held. Warren checked less. Letting go can build trust. As listening continues, trust may feel natural. In a lakeshore where boats were pulled far up, there lived a puller named Zarin. He pulled boats high. One boat was left lower. The tide did not reach it. Zarin pulled less. Letting go can allow judgment to replace habit. as the night deepens, judgment may feel calm rather than urgent. In a meadow where bells marked grazing time, there lived a bell timer named Yesta. She rang precisely. One ring came late. Nothing changed. Yesta rang without watching the clock. Letting go can release timekeeping. As listening continues, time may feel spacious. In a forest edge where markers were replaced, there lived a replacer named Zalen. He replaced markers before they faded. One faded fully. The path was still known. Zalen replaced fewer. Letting go can trust memory held in the land itself. The stories keep arriving quietly, like footsteps that do not wake anyone. Orlan softening hedges, Savile allowing contact, Tyrion shaping freely, Yorinal leaving leaves, Calvin watching tides, Dorsa waiting for soot, Halrin easing covers, Isvin letting water move, Karis folding gently, Lomar sharing abundance, Merrill fixing less, Neth trusting fences, Oris relaxing order, Pavin simplifying measure, Quell easing tests, Ruvan allowing shift, Sira releasing division, Toman sealing gently, Ulvin leaving stones, Virel choosing comfort, Warren trusting rope, Zarin judging calmly, Yesta freeing time, Zalin trusting the path. Each story loosens something small. Nothing essential disappears. As the night continues, the mind may no longer track each example. That is not a failure. It is a sign of settling. Understanding does not need repetition to stay. It rests where effort has eased. If sleep has already come, these words pass without leaving marks. If listening remains, it does not need to follow anything. The night is wide. It carries what we set down without comment. And so we remain here together, unhurried and unburdened, letting the gentle teaching of letting go continue beneath thought, beneath attention, beneath even the wish to understand, held quietly by the patient. Open night. The night stays open. It does not gather itself toward an ending. It does not ask whether we are ready for what comes next. In a low valley where dew lingered on grass until midday, there lived a gate oiler named Fenric. His task was simple: keep the hinges from rusting, keep the gates moving without sound. He oiled them often, sometimes before they needed it. Fenric believed silence meant success. One morning, a hinge creaked softly as the gate opened. Fenric paused. The sound was brief, almost gentle. No one seemed bothered. Fenric left it alone. Over time, he oiled only when the gate resisted. The small sounds remained. Life continued. Letting go can mean allowing harmless signs of use, Not everything that changes is breaking. As listening continues, small thoughts may surface unfinished, imperfect, and pass without needing correction. In a wind-swept plateau where cloth banners marked gathering places, there lived a banner keeper named Aloran. He tightened the ropes daily, keeping the banners taut. One week, strong wind loosened several ropes. The banners moved freely, rippling. People still recognized the markers. Aloran tightened them less after that. Letting go can allow movement without losing meaning. As the night deepens, movement within us may feel less like instability and more like flow. In a river hamlet where baskets were woven for fishing, there lived a basket weaver named Sariel. She wove tightly, ensuring nothing slipped through. One basket was woven looser by mistake. It held the catch just as well and was easier to carry. Sariel adjusted her weaving. Letting go can reduce strain without reducing function. As listening continues, effort may soften naturally without instruction. In a hillside village where paths crossed through tall grass, there lived a grass cutter named Dornell. He cut paths frequently, fearing they would disappear. One summer, he cut less. People walked where they wished. New paths appeared. Dornell followed instead of leading. Letting go can allow use to shape form. As the night widens, form may arise from use rather than planning. In a quiet harbor where bells signaled docking, there lived a bell ringer named Marath. He rang sharply to be heard above the wind. One evening, he rang more softly. Boats still docked. The harbor felt calmer. Marath softened his ringing after that. Letting go can change tone without losing clarity. As listening continues, tone may matter more than volume. In a stone-lined aqueduct where water flowed steadily, there lived a channel cleaner named Israel. He cleaned constantly, fearing blockage. One section was left untouched. Water flowed around minor debris. Israel cleaned less. Letting go can mean trusting flow to manage small obstacles. As the night deepens, obstacles may feel less demanding. In a mountain town where windows were shuttered nightly, there lived a shutter, closer, named Turvin. He closed every shutter tightly. One night, a window was left open slightly. Cool air entered. Nothing else did. Turvin closed shutters less tightly after that. Letting go can invite freshness without danger. As listening continues, openness may feel restorative. In a riverside mill where gears turned slowly, there lived a gear watcher named Lethor. He watched for irregular motion. One gear moved unevenly for years without failing. Lethor stopped watching so closely. Letting go can mean recognizing stability beneath variation. As the night widens, variation may feel safe. In a field town where markers divided plots, there lived a marker straightener named Fail. He straightened leaning markers weekly. One marker leaned noticeably. Everyone still knew the boundary. Fail straightened less. Letting go can trust shared understanding over visible order. As listening continues, understanding may feel quieter but stronger. In a coastal cove where nets were numbered, there lived a net registrar named Kaldor. He tracked every net. One net went unregistered. It returned with the rest. Kaldor recorded less. Letting go can ease mental load. As the night deepens, mental load may release gently. In a forest settlement where logs were stacked precisely, there lived a stack aligner named Vereth. He aligned every log end perfectly. One stack was uneven. It held. Vereth aligned less carefully. Letting go can accept unevenness as stable. As listening continues, stability may feel broader than symmetry. In a riverside crossing where lanterns were refilled nightly, there lived a wick trimmer named Sorel. He trimmed wicks meticulously. One wick burned unevenly but bright. Travelers still crossed safely. Sorel trimmed less precisely. Letting go can allow character without risk. As the night widens, character may feel comforting. In a high meadow where grazing times were announced, there lived a caller named Jornis. He called at exact hours. One call came late. Animals grazed as usual. Jornis called without checking the sun after that. Letting go can release dependence on exact timing. As listening continues, time may feel less rigid. In a stone workshop where chisels were sharpened daily, there lived a sharpener named Elvra. She sharpened until edges gleamed. One chisel dulled slightly. It still cut stone. Elvra sharpened less. Letting go can prevent wear. As the night deepens, weariness may lessen. In a riverside garden where watering followed schedule, there lived a water timer named Norek. He watered precisely. One evening he forgot. Rain came overnight. Norek watched the sky more, the clock less. Letting go can invite responsiveness. As listening continues, responsiveness may replace routine. In a port town where ropes were measured for length, there lived a measurer named Havel. He cut precisely. One rope was cut longer than needed. It proved useful later. Havel measured less tightly. Letting go can allow future usefulness. As the night widens, usefulness may emerge without planning. In a woodland clearing where benches were repaired quickly, there lived a repairer named Bexon. He fixed every wobble. One bench wobbled slightly. People adjusted. Bexon fixed only when wobble became strain. Letting go can trust adaptation. As listening continues, adaptation may feel effortless. In a mountain shelter where supplies were inventoried, there lived an inventory keeper named Zarek. He counted nightly. One night he did not. Supplies remained. Zarek counted weekly instead. Letting go can simplify care. As the night deepens, care may feel lighter. In a lakeside town where water levels were announced, there lived a caller named Myrex. He announced daily. One day, he remained silent. People checked the lake themselves. Myrex announced less. Letting go can empower others. As listening continues, shared awareness may replace instruction. In a hillside field where scarecrows were adjusted, there lived a caretaker named Osenra. She adjusted posture daily. One scarecrow leaned. Birds stayed away. Osenra adjusted less. Letting go can accept imperfection without loss of function. As the night widens, imperfection may feel harmless. In a coastal ridge where wind gauges spun, there lived a gauge reader named Talric. He watched constantly. One day, he stopped watching. The wind continued. Talric watched less. Letting go can free attention. As listening continues, attention may rest. In a quiet river bend, where stepping stones were aligned, there lived an aligner named Kethra. She adjusted stones often. One stone sank slightly. Crossings remained safe. Kethra adjusted less. Letting go can accept gradual change. As the night deepens, gradual change may feel natural. In a hillside barn, where doors were latched firmly, there lived a latch checker named Dovin. He checked twice nightly. One latch was checked once. Nothing happened. Dovin checked once. Letting go can reduce repetition. As listening continues, repetition may soften. In a valley where bells marked work hours, there lived a time marker named Relis. He rang faithfully. One ring was missed. Work flowed on. Relis rang without worry after that. Letting go can reveal inner rhythm. As the night widens, rhythm may arise without signal. In a forest edge where paths were edged with stones, there lived an edger named Wethan. He straightened edges often. One edge blurred. People still walked. Wethan edged less. Letting go can allow boundaries to soften. As listening continues, boundaries may feel permeable. In a quiet harbor where buoys were polished, there lived a polisher named Anrek. He polished until they shone. One buoy dulled. It still floated visibly. Anrek polished less. Letting go can accept dullness without loss. As the night deepens, dull moments may feel restful. In a hillside granary where doors were checked for drafts, there lived a draft checker named Sylvan. He sealed every crack. One small draft remained. Grain stayed dry. Sylvan sealed less. Letting go can allow breathing. As listening continues, breathing may feel easier. In a mountain village where bells were silenced at night, there lived a silencer named Pirel. He silenced strictly. One bell rang softly in the wind. No one woke. Pirel silenced less. Letting go can trust quiet to arrive on its own. As the night widens, quiet may deepen naturally. The stories continue, gentle and unremarkable. Fenric allowing creak, Eloran loosening banners, Serial easing weave, Dornell following paths, Marath softening tone, Israel trusting flow, Turvin allowing air, Lethor trusting gears, Fail trusting borders, Kaldor easing records, Virith accepting uneven stacks, Sorel leaving Wick alone, Jornus freeing time, Elvra sparing the edge, Norik watching sky, Havel leaving extra length, Bexin trusting balance, Zarek counting less, Myrex empowering others, Osenra leaving the lean, Talric resting attention, Kethra accepting sync, Dovin reducing checks, Relis trusting rhythm, Wethan softening edges, Anrek allowing dullness, Sylvan letting air pass, Pirel trusting night. Each one sets something down. Nothing essential is lost. As the night carries on, the mind may no longer separate one story from another. They blend, like sounds heard through sleep. That blending is not confusion, it is rest. If sleep has already come, these words dissolve quietly. If listening remains, there is nothing to hold. The night knows how to carry what we release. And so, we stay here together, without effort, without demand, letting the gentle teaching of letting go continue beneath awareness itself, soft, steady, and as patient as the night that holds us now. The night continues without leaning toward anything. It does not gather momentum. It does not slow us down or move us forward. It simply remains, wide enough to hold whatever is left. In a low coastal plain where mist softened the edges of things, there lived a bridge painter named Alran. He repainted the railings of the long wooden bridge each year, keeping the color bright and uniform. Alran believed fresh paint meant safety, visibility, care. One year, storms delayed his work. The paint faded unevenly, some sections peeled. People crossed the bridge as always. They held the railing when they needed to. They let go when they didn't. Alrin painted only the most worn sections after that. Letting go can mean learning where attention is truly required. As listening continues, attention may settle where it belongs, without effort. In a hillside town where bells marked the opening of shops, there lived a bell puller named Cirith. She pulled the rope firmly, ensuring the sound carried far. One morning, her hand slipped slightly. The bell rang softer. People still opened their shops. Cirith pulled more gently after that. Letting go can change force into ease without losing effect. As the night deepens, ease may replace exertion. In a river village where steps descended into the water, there lived a step washer named Cavell. He scrubbed algae daily to prevent slipping. One week, he scrubbed less. The steps were still usable. People moved carefully. Cavell realized carefulness did not depend entirely on cleanliness. Letting go can invite awareness rather than enforcement. As listening continues, awareness may arise naturally. In a quiet upland where water barrels were filled precisely, there lived a filler named Horan. He filled to the marked line every time. One barrel was filled lower. It served just as well. Horan stopped checking the mark so closely. Letting go can free us from arbitrary lines. As the night widens, boundaries may feel less rigid. In a forest edge where paths were edged with rope, there lived a rope replacer named Miranel. He replaced frayed rope immediately. One fray remained. The path was still clear. Miranel replaced ropes only when they no longer guided. Letting go can distinguish between function and appearance. As listening continues, function may feel more important than form. In a mountain hamlet where roofs were checked after each snowfall, there lived a snow checker named Torvin. He checked constantly, fearing collapse. One winter, snow lingered longer than usual. The roofs held. Torvin checked less. Letting go can reduce worry without increasing risk. As the night deepens, worry may loosen on its own. In a riverside yard where boats were sanded smooth, there lived a sander named Elire. She sanded until no roughness remained. One boat retained a rough patch. It floated just as well. Elire sanded less aggressively. Letting go can accept texture as harmless. As listening continues, texture may feel grounding rather than distracting. In a hillside pasture where water troughs were scrubbed daily, there lived a trough cleaner named Keston. He scrubbed until they shone. One trough dulled. The animals drank. kept and cleaned when needed, not constantly. Letting go can conserve effort. As the night widens, effort may reduce naturally. In a coastal watch where flags were raised early, there lived a flag raiser named Olven. He raised them before dawn each day. One morning, he was late. The day unfolded as usual. Olven raised flags when he arrived. Letting go can release urgency. As listening continues, urgency may fade into calm. In a stony valley where paths were leveled often, there lived a leveler named Brath. He leveled every uneven stone. One section remained uneven. People adjusted their steps. Brath leveled less. Letting go can trust adaptability. As the night deepens, adaptability may feel inherent. In a lakeside settlement where nets were stretched nightly, there lived a stretcher named Pyrex. He stretched to prevent tangling. One night, he did not. The nets untangled easily. Pyrex stretched less. Letting go can reveal that habits persist beyond ritual. As listening continues, ritual may loosen without loss. In a woodland mill where belts were tightened daily, there lived a belt tightener named Narral. He tightened constantly. One belt loosened slightly. The mill ran smoothly. Narral tightened less. Letting go can reduce strain on systems. As the night widens, systems may breathe more easily. In a cliffside village where ladders were secured tightly, there lived a ladder binder named Sovan. He bound ladders firmly. One ladder flexed slightly. It held. Sovan bound with less force. Letting go can allow flexibility without danger. As listening continues, flexibility may feel safe. In a river town where docks were swept clean, there lived a sweeper named Jorim. He swept daily. One morning, he did not. The dock remained usable. Jorim swept less. Letting go can accept a little mess. As the night deepens, mess may feel tolerable. In a hillside farm where scare lines were drawn in soil, there lived a line drawer named Velra. She redrew lines constantly. One rain blurred them. Plants grew anyway. Velra drew fewer lines. Letting go can accept blur. As listening continues, blur may feel restful. In a mountain pass where markers were straightened, there lived a straightener named Carol. He straightened daily. One marker leaned. Travelers still found the way. Carol straightened less. Letting go can trust direction without precision. As the night widens, direction may feel intuitive. In a riverside orchard where ladders were placed carefully, there lived a placer named Enith. She placed ladders exactly, One ladder was set casually. Harvest continued. Enith placed ladders with less exactness. Letting go can simplify action. As listening continues, action may feel easier. In a quiet town where bells marked silence hours, there lived a silencer named Thera. She enforced strictly. One evening, a door closed loudly. No one stirred. Thera enforced less. Letting go can trust rest to be resilient. As the night deepens, rest may feel secure. In a coastal field where windbreaks were repaired, there lived a repairer named Ulrich. He repaired before damage spread. One break remained. The field endured. Ulrich repaired when necessary. Letting go can prevent exhaustion. As listening continues, exhaustion may ease. In a river delta where signs warned of currents, there lived a sign watcher named Malin. He replaced signs often. One sign faded. Boaters read the water instead. Malin replaced fewer signs. Letting go can trust lived knowledge. As the night widens, knowing may arise without words. In a forest hamlet, where bridges were checked nightly, there lived a checker named Pharos. He checked twice each night. One night, he checked once. Nothing changed. Pharos checked once thereafter. Letting go can reduce repetition. As listening continues, repetition may fall away. In a hillside shed where tools were labeled, there lived a labeler named Othra. She labeled everything. One label fell off. The tool was still known. Othra labeled less. Letting go can trust familiarity. As the night deepens, familiarity may feel enough. In a coastal ridge where beacons were polished, there lived a polisher named Yevon. He polished often. One beacon dulled. It still shone. Yevon polished less. Letting go can accept gradual fading. As listening continues, fading may feel gentle. In a quiet inland port where cargo was counted, there lived a counter named Selenor. He counted meticulously. One crate went uncounted. Trade continued. Selenor counted less. Letting go can lighten mental load. As the night widens, lightness may replace tension. In a valley forge where fires were stoked constantly, there lived a stoker named Raven. He stoked to keep heat high. One night, he stoked less. The metal remained workable. Raven stoked when needed. Letting go can preserve warmth without excess. As listening continues, warmth may feel steady. In a lakeside watch where water levels were marked hourly, there lived a marker named Eorin. He marked often. 1 hour went unmarked. The lake remained. Iorin marked less. Letting go can release the need to record everything. As the night deepens, memory may feel unnecessary. In a hillside pasture where bells were checked, there lived a checker named Dima. She checked each bell daily. One bell went unchecked. It rang as needed. Dima checked less. Letting go can trust reliability. As listening continues, reliability may feel implicit. In a river crossing where ropes were tested, there lived a tester named Corin. He tested constantly. One rope was trusted. It held. Corin tested less. Letting go can trust what has already proven itself. As the night widens, trust may feel natural. In a quiet town where lanterns were aligned, there lived an aligner named Purelith. He aligned carefully. One lantern tilted. Light still fell. Purelith aligned less. Letting go can accept light without symmetry. As listening continues, light may feel present regardless. In a wooded glade where leaves were gathered, there lived a gatherer named Solrin. He gathered daily. One day, he did not. Leaves returned to soil. Solrin gathered less. Letting go can allow return. As the night deepens, return may feel right. The stories continue, one after another, gentle and ordinary. Alrin painting less, Cyrith pulling gently, Cavil trusting steps, Horan ignoring the mark, Miranel replacing less, Torvin easing watch, Alire accepting roughness, Keston cleaning when needed, Ulvin releasing urgency, Brath trusting feet, Pyrex skipping ritual, Neril easing strain, Sovin allowing flex, Joram tolerating dust, Velra allowing blur, Carol trusting direction, Enith simplifying placement, Thera trusting quiet, Ulrek preventing exhaustion, Malin trusting water, Pharos reducing checks, Othra trusting memory, Yevon allowing dullness, Selenor lightening load, Raven stoking wisely, Iorin marking less, Dima trusting bells, Corin trusting rope, Pyrelith accepting tilt, Solrin allowing return. Each one loosens something small. Nothing essential is lost. As the night holds all of this, the mind may no longer distinguish story from space. That is not something to resist. It is the night doing its work. If sleep has already arrived, these words drift like distant water. If listening remains, it does not need to collect anything. The teaching of letting go does not require attention. It remains even when attention fades. And so, we continue together, without direction, without effort, resting in the quiet truth that nothing needs to be held now, not even these words, as the long, patient night carries us gently onward. The night does not tighten around us. It does not draw conclusions. It remains open, as if nothing needs to be finished. In a wide plain where the wind moved grasses in long waves, there lived a boundary walker named Aaron. His role was to walk the edges of the land each week, checking markers that showed where one field ended and another began. Aaron took his work seriously. He believed clarity prevented conflict. Over time, some markers shifted. Wind leaned them. Rain softened the ground. At first, Aaron reset every marker carefully. Later, he began to notice that the people who worked the land already knew where to stop. They did not need perfect signs. Aaron walked the boundaries less often after that. Letting go can mean trusting shared understanding rather than constant reinforcement. As listening continues, understanding may feel quieter, but more stable. In a hillside village where roofs sloped toward narrow streets, there lived a rain diverter named Belros. He adjusted channels to guide water away from homes. After many seasons, some channels clogged slightly. Water ran differently. Belros watched instead of fixing immediately. The water found new routes. The homes stayed dry. Letting go can mean allowing natural redirection instead of rigid control. As the night deepens, redirection may feel easier than resistance. In a coastal meadow where paths were outlined with shells, there lived a shell arranger named Kalira. She arranged them neatly each morning. One day, the tide scattered the shells. The paths were still visible. Kalira arranged less carefully. Letting go can reveal that guidance remains even when decoration fades. As listening continues, meaning may remain even as form softens. In a mountain valley where bells signaled fog, there lived a fog caller named Darren. He rang when visibility dropped. One morning, fog rolled in silently. Darren did not ring. People slowed naturally. Darren rang less often after that. Letting go can trust awareness to arise without signal. As the night widens, awareness may come without prompting. In a river town where stones were stacked to prevent erosion, there lived a stacker named Elvar. He stacked diligently, reinforcing weak spots. One season, a section was left unstaked. The river bent around it. Elvar reinforced only what truly weakened the bank. Letting go can mean distinguishing between vulnerability and difference. As listening continues, difference may feel less threatening. In a hillside granary, where doors were weighed down with stones, there lived a stone placer named Firen. He added stones to prevent wind from lifting doors. One door had fewer stones. The wind did not lift it. Firen placed fewer stones thereafter. Letting go can mean releasing excess protection. As the night deepens, protection may feel lighter. In a quiet forest where fallen branches were cleared regularly, there lived a branch clearer named Gavel. He cleared paths before branches accumulated. One season, he cleared less. Walkers stepped over or around branches easily. Gavel cleared when branches blocked, not before. Letting go can allow the body to adapt rather than the land to be altered. As listening continues, adaptation may feel natural. In a harbor town where ropes were coiled into perfect circles, there lived a coiler named Hest. He believed neatness prevented trouble. One rope was coiled loosely. It deployed faster when needed. Hest coiled with less precision. Letting go can improve readiness. As the night widens, readiness may come from ease rather than order. In a mountain village where chimneys were checked weekly, there lived a checker named Ironer. He checked for blockages diligently. One week, he did not check. The fires burned well. Ironer checked when smoke behaved strangely, not on schedule. Letting go can shift attention from routine to response. As listening continues, response may feel wiser than habit. In a riverside market where stalls were aligned evenly, there lived an aligner named Jasek. He aligned them each dawn. One stall opened slightly out of line. The market flowed just as well. Jasek aligned less rigidly. Letting go can accept irregularity without disorder. As the night deepens, disorder may feel less likely than we feared. In a highland pasture where bells were spaced carefully, there lived a bell spacer named Kalar. He adjusted distances daily. One bell hung closer than others. The sound was fuller. Kalar adjusted less. Letting go can enrich the whole. As listening continues, richness may come from closeness rather than spacing. In a riverside town where nets were dried in straight rows, there lived a row straightener named Lamariel. She straightened lines every afternoon. One row sagged slightly. The nets dried anyway. Lamariel straightened only when nets tangled. Letting go can focus effort where it matters. As the night widens, effort may become selective without intention. In a coastal ridge where wind vanes were calibrated, there lived a calibrator named Morin. He adjusted daily. One vane drifted slightly off true. The wind still read itself. Morin calibrated less. Letting go can accept approximation. As listening continues, approximation may feel sufficient. In a valley road where stones were replaced quickly, there lived a replacer named Nethar. He replaced cracked stones immediately. One cracked stone remained. it held for years. Nethar replaced when cracks deepened. Letting go can trust time to reveal necessity. As the night deepens, timing may feel more important than speed. In a quiet orchard, where fruit baskets were counted nightly, there lived a counter named Orlin. He counted carefully. One night, he forgot. The harvest was still known. Orlin counted less. Letting go can trust familiarity over measurement. As listening continues, familiarity may feel grounding. In a forest settlement where lanterns were hung at precise heights, there lived a hanger named Pyrexan. He measured rope lengths exactly. One lantern hung lower. It lit the path better. Pyrexan measured less. Letting go can improve function through variation. As the night widens, variation may feel helpful. In a hillside school where bells marked lessons, there lived a lesson keeper named Quarren. He rang strictly. One lesson flowed past the bell. Understanding deepened. Quarren rang less strictly. Letting go can favor depth over schedule. As listening continues, depth may feel more important than time. In a river crossing where ropes were retied daily, there lived a retier named Ravel. He retied to keep knots fresh. One knot aged quietly. It held. Ravel retied less. Letting go can trust what has endured. As the night deepens, endurance may feel reassuring. In a coastal bluff where warning stones were stacked, there lived a warner named Cyril. He restacked often. One stack fell. People still avoided the edge. Cyril restacked only after storms. Letting go can trust awareness. As listening continues, awareness may arise without reminders. In a mountain yard where tools were wiped after use, there lived a wiper named Terran. He wiped constantly. One tool was left unwiped. It worked fine. Terran wiped when tools were wet, not from habit. Letting go can simplify care. As the night widens, care may feel easier. In a riverside field where irrigation gates were adjusted hourly, there lived an adjuster named Ural. He adjusted constantly. One day, he adjusted less. The field watered evenly. Ural adjusted when flow changed, not continuously. Letting go can conserve attention. As listening continues, attention may rest. In a high meadow where stones marked paths, there lived a marker named Valis. He replaced missing stones quickly. One stone went missing. Walkers still knew the way. Valis replaced fewer. Letting go can trust the memory of feet. As the night deepens, memory may live in movement. In a quiet village where doors were tested at night, there lived a tester named Wenner. he tested all doors. One night, he tested fewer. Nothing happened. One or tested once. Letting go can reduce repetition. As listening continues, repetition may feel unnecessary. In a coastal field where ropes marked boundaries, there lived a boundary keeper named Zaral. He tightened ropes often. One rope sagged. The boundary remained clear. Cyril tightened less. Letting go can allow boundaries to breathe. As the night widens, breathing may feel shared. In a forest edge where fire pits were cleaned daily, there lived a cleaner named Yorineth. He cleaned constantly. One pit was left. Ash nourished the soil. Yorineth cleaned less. Letting go can allow return to earth. As listening continues, return may feel gentle. In a river valley where markers were painted bright, there lived a painter named Zarin. He refreshed colors often. One marker faded. The path was still followed. Zarin painted less. Letting go can accept fading as natural. As the night deepens, fading may feel peaceful. The stories continue, softly overlapping. Aaron trusting the land, Belros letting water choose, Kalira allowing shells to scatter, Darren trusting fog, Elvar reinforcing only what weakens, Firen removing extra stones, Gavel clearing when needed, Hest coiling loosely, Ironor checking by response, Jacek easing alignment, Kalar welcoming fullness, Lomariel straightening less, Morin accepting approximation, Nethar waiting to replace, Orlin trusting harvest, Pyrexan allowing variation, Quarren favoring depth, Ravel trusting knots, Cyrell trusting awareness, Terran simplifying care, Ural resting attention, Valis trusting feet, Wenor reducing checks, Zeral loosening boundaries, Yorineth letting Ash remain, Zarin allowing fade. Each one loosens something small. Nothing essential disappears. As the night carries us, the stories may no longer feel separate. They merge into a single, steady understanding. Letting go is not something we do. It is something that happens when holding is no longer needed. If sleep has already come, this understanding rests quietly beneath it. If listening remains, it does not need to grasp anything. The night knows how to hold what we release. And so we remain here together, without aim, without effort, resting in the gentle truth that nothing needs to be tightened, fixed, or remembered. Now not even this, while the long, patient night continues, wide and untroubled, carrying us on. The night stays with us without direction. It does not lean toward morning. It does not pull us backward. It simply holds, as if holding were effortless. In a rolling plain where low walls separated grazing lands, there lived a wall walker named RSL. He walked the length of each wall every week, checking stones, correcting tilts. Aracel believed the walls defined order. Over time, grass grew through cracks. Some stones settled lower. The walls softened into the land. The animals respected the boundaries anyway. Aracel walked less often after that. He noticed the land did not forget itself. Letting go can mean recognizing that structure does not always require enforcement. As listening continues, structure may feel present without being maintained. In a river bend, where water slowed and pooled, there lived a silt clearer named Brevin. He cleared sediment regularly to keep water moving. One season, he cleared less. The water adjusted. New channels formed. Fish gathered. Brevin began to watch instead of act. Letting go can allow systems to reorganize on their own. As the night deepens, reorganization may feel natural, not disruptive. In a hillside town where doors were painted the same color, there lived a painter named Corin. He repainted every year to keep uniformity. One door was left unpainted. The wood aged naturally. People recognized the house just the same. Corin repainted only when paint peeled badly. Letting go can accept variation without losing identity. As listening continues, identity may feel quieter and more flexible. In a forest crossing where lanterns were spaced evenly, there lived a spacer named Dareth. He measured carefully. One lantern was hung closer than planned. The light overlapped warmly. Dareth adjusted spacing less after that. Letting go can increase warmth through closeness. As the night widens, warmth may feel more important than symmetry. In a coastal village where nets were mended immediately, there lived a mender named Elsinore. He repaired every tear as soon as it appeared. One small tear was left. The net still worked. Elsinore repaired when tears widened, not when they appeared. Letting go can distinguish between beginnings and problems. As listening continues, beginnings may feel less urgent. In a mountain orchard where fruit trees were supported by stakes, there lived a stake setter named Pharrell. He set supports carefully. One tree grew without support. It leaned slightly but held. Pharrell supported only young trees after that. Letting go can trust strength that has already formed. As the night deepens, inner strength may feel enough. In a river town where ferry schedules were posted, there lived a scheduler named Jirel. He updated times daily. One ferry left early. Passengers adjusted. Jirel updated less frequently. Letting go can allow adaptability. As listening continues, adaptability may feel easier than control. In a high plateau where winds shifted often, there lived a vain reader named Horonel. He read directions constantly. One day, he stopped reading and felt the wind instead. He understood it better. Letting go can replace interpretation with direct experience. As the night widens, experience may feel simpler than explanation. In a stone workshop where blocks were labeled, there lived a labeler named Iskor. He labeled meticulously. One block lost its label. It was still recognized. Iskor labeled less. Letting go can trust familiarity. As listening continues, familiarity may feel comforting. In a hillside field where furrows were straightened daily, there lived a straightener named Javelin. He corrected every curve. One furrow curved naturally. Water flowed better. Javelin corrected less. Letting go can allow function to guide form. As the night deepens, function may matter more than appearance. In a quiet harbor where boats were tied with exact knots, there lived a knot master named Carol. He retied daily. One knot aged without retie. It held. Carol trusted knots more. Letting go can trust what has already proven itself. As listening continues, trust may replace repetition. In a river meadow where grasses were cut short, there lived a cutter named Laren. He cut to keep paths clear. One section was left tall. People walked around. Laren cut less. Letting go can allow choice. As the night widens, choice may feel open rather than forced. In a mountain pass where markers were aligned, there lived an aligner named Meros. He aligned stones carefully. One marker leaned. Travelers still knew the way. Meros aligned less. Letting go can trust direction. As listening continues, direction may feel internal. In a lakeside town where docks were repaired quickly, there lived a repairer named Norin. He fixed every loose plank. One plank moved slightly. It did not worsen. Norin fixed only when movement grew. Letting go can allow time to reveal necessity. As the night deepens, patience may replace urgency. In a coastal plain where irrigation channels were cleared often, there lived a clearer named Othril. He cleared constantly. One channel was left. Water still flowed. Othril cleared less. Letting go can conserve energy. As listening continues, energy may feel more available. In a woodland village where chimneys were swept weekly, there lived a sweeper named Peril. He swept out of habit. One chimney was left. Smoke rose fine. Peril swept by need. Letting go can free time. As the night widens, time may feel spacious. In a hillside quarry where stone faces were inspected, there lived an inspector named Quen. He inspected constantly. One face was left. It held. Quen inspected less. Letting go can reduce worry. As listening continues, worry may soften. In a river delta, where boats were guided by poles, there lived a pole placer named Rizzle. He placed poles exactly. One pole drifted. Boats navigated anyway. Rizzle placed fewer poles. Letting go can trust skill. As the night deepens, skill may feel embodied. In a quiet town where bells marked closing time, there lived a closer named Sarin. He rang promptly. One evening, he rang late. People closed naturally. Sarin rang when needed. Letting go can trust natural rhythms. As listening continues, rhythm may feel self-sustaining. In a hillside farm where scarecrows were repaired often, there lived a repairer named Telor. He fixed every tear. One scarecrow leaned. Birds stayed away. Telor repaired less. Letting go can accept effectiveness without perfection. As the night widens, perfection may feel unnecessary. In a river crossing where stones were replaced quickly, there lived a replacer named Uvin. He replaced at first sign of wear. One stone wore gradually. It still supported weight. Uvin replaced later. Letting go can allow gradual change. As listening continues, change may feel slow and manageable. In a coastal ridge where signs warned of cliffs, there lived a sign keeper named Valen. He replaced signs often. One sign faded. People sensed the edge. Valen replaced fewer. Letting go can trust awareness. As the night deepens, awareness may feel inherent. In a forest grove where benches were aligned, there lived an aligner named Warrenel. He aligned daily. One bench turned slightly. People still rested. Warrenel aligned less. Letting go can favor comfort. As listening continues, comfort may feel enough. In a river town where water gauges were read hourly, there lived a reader named Zoran. He read constantly. 1 hour went unread. The river flowed. Zoran read less. Letting go can trust continuity. As the night widens, continuity may feel reliable. In a hillside storehouse where sacks were stacked carefully, there lived a stacker named Yoren. He restacked daily. One stack leaned. It held. Yoren rested more. Letting go can accept stability without effort. As listening continues, effort may naturally release. In a quiet valley where bells marked planting time, there lived a marker named Zirel. He rang precisely. One season, he rang late. Planting still succeeded. Cyril rang less rigidly. Letting go can trust experience over signals. As the night deepens, experience may guide gently. The stories continue, like soft footsteps that do not wake anyone. Aracel trusting walls, Brevin watching water, Corin allowing weathered wood, Dareth welcoming closeness, Elsinore distinguishing tears, Farrell trusting growth, Girl easing schedules, Horinel feeling wind, Iskor trusting familiarity, Javelin allowing curves, Carol trusting knots, Laren allowing paths, Maros trusting direction, Norin waiting to repair, Othril conserving energy, Peril freeing time, Quen easing worry, Rizel trusting skill, Sarin trusting rhythm, Telor accepting lean, Uven allowing wear, Valen trusting awareness, Warrenel choosing comfort, Zorin trusting continuity, Yorin resting effort, Zirel trusting experience. Each one loosens a habit. Nothing essential disappears. As the night holds us, the words may begin to lose their edges. Stories blend into one another, like waves overlapping in the dark. That blending is rest. If sleep has arrived, these words fall away without trace. If listening remains, there is nothing to remember. The teaching of letting go does not need our attention. It continues even when we drift. And so, we stay here together, without direction or demand, resting in the simple understanding that nothing needs to be held. Now, not thoughts, not effort, not even the idea of letting go, while the long, quiet night carries us onward, steady and kind. The night has carried us a long way without asking us to notice the distance. Stories have come and gone. Voices have softened. Effort has eased. Little by little, if we look back now, gently, we can sense a single thread running through everything we have shared, again and again, in different lives, in different places. The same quiet movement appeared, hands loosening, attention easing, care remaining, but without strain. Nothing dramatic needed to happen. Nothing had to be resolved. Walls stood even when they were not watched. Paths were found even when signs faded. Work continued even when habits softened. And through it all, life did not fall apart. It adjusted. It breathed. Understanding may already feel distant now, and that is as it should be. The night is no longer asking us to understand anything. It is enough that the stories were heard, or half heard, or only felt as a presence moving beneath the words. There is no need to hold on to them. They can rest now, just as we can. Awareness can soften toward the simple feeling of being here, toward the quiet weight of the body, resting where it is, toward the gentle rhythm that has been carrying us all along. Nothing needs to be guided. Nothing needs to be adjusted. If sleep is already here, then it has arrived naturally, without being summoned. If it is still approaching, it can take its time. The night remains wide and patient, willing to hold whatever remains awake, and whatever has already drifted beyond words. There is nothing left to do, nothing left to remember. Sleep well, and thank you for joining us here at Calm Monk.